with these cheese boogers.
All right, bang. Welcome to the Thursday night show, guys. We've got a good one lined up for you tonight. We've got some really good stuff to take a look at. So I'm looking forward to this one. And anyways, shout out to the chat. We've got Dylan the Islander. He's been waiting since 2:15. He's been waiting for 4 hours. Shout out to you, sir. We've got 2003, A Gay Odyssey. Winter Solstice is at the top of the hour. Hey, that's good information, buddy. Benjamin Fandetti. Hello, LFA. We've got Young Moses. We've got Raging Tomato. We've got George Wells. LFA wifed up. No, nobody has wifed up LFA just yet. Anyways, S. Eugene, what income do you think is the new adult minimum wage for a large city such as Dallas? I don't know about the minimum wage, but I would say you will struggle in Dallas to live off of $50,000 a year. You'll really be struggling. You'll just be barely skating by. And that's not including a really nice apartment, really nice house, or really nice car. Just regular shit. You will barely skate by at $50,000 a year. So, you know, I don't know what you'll be making an hour, what that would equate to. Armin Unra, Merry fucking Christmas. You got a couple days until Christmas, but it is right around the corner. Right you are. Normie Sub Fiverson. Hell yeah, it's showtime. Good to have you here, Normie. But I think your name contradicts itself. A normie is like a 5 or a 6. Sub 5 is well below 5. And the dude in the pic is a Giga Chad. He's like an 8. So I'm a little confused there. Ken H, Evil Test. Evil Test. I think I know what you're talking about. You know, that company put me on their website. They had me on their website for the longest time, that EVL Nutrition. I made a reaction video back in like 2018. Let me look for that one, actually. Is that where you found me? Did you find me on that video? EVL Test Review. I bet you I pop up. Oh, yeah. That was such a long time ago.
I have this.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. Yeah, they put me on their website, though. It was a weird time. I remember that video. I'm not going to play it. Ty Larson in the house. PGKC2. Sophie in the house. Good to have you here. Stephen Gilbert in the motherfucking house. Impressive, bro. My back gets fucked doing front squats. Interesting theory. What's up, brothers and sisters? Great video yesterday, LFA. I'm glad you liked it, buddy. You know, I've been watching a lot of, authentic, I wouldn't call it doomer content, but like authentic content where people that have, things going on in their lives, problems. And I figured I'll just, I'll throw my story into the universe. We'll see how that goes and give my perspective. Some people like it. Some people don't, it's the way it is, but we try our best. Anyways, I'm going to start out by reacting to a quick video that I have no idea whether it's going to be good or what it's about. It just popped up. And while we're waiting on some people to show up, figured we'll get one quick little video reaction out of the way. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it won't be. But who the fuck cares? As V-Taper said, sometimes I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So at some point, maybe we'll just have some other people come on and run the show for me as usual. Anyways, we'll start with this. You know, I thought open relationships were a popular topic. Everybody's making videos about destiny and, you know, all sorts of an Adam 22 and, you know, cuckoldry and all this stuff. It's very popular right now, right? And I don't typically talk about the stupid shit. Like I consider that to be filthy. And I don't like to consume a lot of filth, but when we're reacting to it, we can pick the filth apart and explain why we shouldn't take part in the filth. Or if you like taking part in the filth, I don't judge. You do what you want to do, bud. As a matter of fact, we've got a good video about somebody that likes taking part in the filth. So we'll get down to that as well. PJKC, the first channel sponsor of the night, and so far the biggest channel sponsor of the night, says, bitched out from my water fast after 4 days. Whoa.
Have you been smoking marijuana?
Water fast. I know a lot of people are doing that. And hey, I'm not going to say there's anything wrong with it. I'm not going to say there's anything good about it. I think you'd be much better off eating right, eating a well-balanced diet, not overeating and not undereating, and working out and sleeping, which I only slept about an hour and a half last night. That's why I've got the hat down low, so you can't tell how fucking tired I am. And I did pick up some beer just in case I need a euphoria kick, which I probably will. Anyways, I thank you very much for that super chat. You're the fucking man. And I'm on a beer fast, if that counts. Adriana Flowers has just arrived in the house. All right. So we're going to start out with this young lady right here. You know, you're supposed to put a transition at the beginning of the video so you fade in from black. So when people click on the video before they hit play, they don't see the goofy look on your face when you're about to spit out a word. But she didn't put the fade in there, so we get to see her, we get to see her face. I kind of like it. It shows confidence. Anyways, look at the look on her face. That's kind of like the thumbnail of my video, to be honest with you. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Anyways, let's hear what she has to say. This video is about open relationships. This will get us started.
Open relationships. That's what it's called when you're in a relationship, but then you have relationships with other people too. Like not just sex, emotional relationships too, and sex. And everyone.
Hold up. She moves around a lot. Anyways, I don't think, okay, this is what I don't get. So an open relationship, I sort of understand. I don't agree with it. And I certainly don't apply it to my own life or accept it in my relationships, but I understand when people are in open relationships and they have sex with other people, right? Because especially as a dude, if you have no discipline, if you have a girlfriend and she's okay with you hooking up with other women, you know, most guys are tempted, or at least to look at other women. And if they had opportunities to have sex with them and it were acceptable, a lot of guys would do it, right? Guys have high sex drives and we like to try out new things. You know what I'm saying? But emotional, she said it could also be emotional. I'm going to tell all the guys out there in the chat and the women too. If the person you're with develops an emotional attachment to somebody else, it's done. It's over with. They can have a sexual attraction to somebody else and still love you. But if they develop an emotional attraction to somebody else, it's done. You know, it is 100% done. As a matter of fact, they'll probably go cold on you and become repulsed by you. Because when you fall in love with one person, the person that you used to be in love with, all of a sudden they kind of, you know, you don't want to see them anymore. You know, you make the transition. Just the way it goes. So I definitely don't suggest that, but we shall continue.
Involved in this relationship knows about it. No lying, no secrets, just everything out in the open. Just open. Hence the name. Open relationships. Here's what I get about this. Sex is fun. You know, sex with one person is nice, but sometimes you want to have sex with other people. Like you see someone in a bar and they're attractive and you think to yourself, I would like to have the sex with that person. And open relationships allow you to do that. You get to not have to have sex with only one person. I get that that's an attractive idea. I also get that monogamy
Isn't that the isn't that the thing about a relationship? It's like it requires a little bit of discipline. You have to it's a commitment. Isn't that what commitment means? It means that you have to sacrifice certain things in order to stay true to that commitment. That's why commitments are, you know, they're hard to do. They require discipline. Like, isn't that the whole thing about it?
monogamy is a cultural construct. We aren't biologically wired to be monogamous, men especially. And open relationships allow you to buck that, as it were.
A lot of people say that we're not biologically hardwired to be monogamous. What do you guys think? One's in the chat if you think we're biologically hardwired to be monogamous. Twos if you think we are not.
Primates are typically monogamists, but many primates have multiple partners. For much of human history, men were allowed to have more than one wife, and that's still practiced in some parts of Asia, Africa, and Australia. Open relationships free us of the cultural construct that is fairly puritanical in nature that says that we are made for one person and one person only. I get that.
Anytime I've been talking to a woman, like if we're in a sort of a relationship, we're not super committed, but we're in a relationship. When I hook up with other chicks, I feel guilty about it. You know, I feel like maybe I didn't make the right decision there. I guess that's just me though. Different people have different morals.
Open relationships also allow you to free yourself from the patriarchy, as it were, as women are seen as free sexual beings with as much autonomy as men have historically been granted to have. The notion of men spreading their seed is kind of an oversimplified and misogynistic take on our species. And with open relationships, women too can spread their seed. It's liberating for women to be seen as equal.
Women can spread their seed. No, honey, women can spread their legs.
Sexual participants rather than the object of men's whims. I get that too. Here's what I don't get about open relationships, though. People in open relationships are exchanging one cultural construct for another, that of equating male and female sexuality. But as a scientist, I'm here to ruin everybody's good time and to tell you that the assumption that male and female sexuality can be pretty much treated the same is in direct opposition to our biology. It's not more culturally relevant. It goes against millions of years of evolution. Now, before you roll your eyes at me, cut it out. I'm talking to you. Stop rolling your eyes. I see you. Okay, let's review. The male body produces billions of sperm every day. Did someone fact check that? Can you? The male body produces millions of sperm every day. A woman produces 1 egg per month. For all of evolution, women have carefully selected a mate, and their hormones and physiology favor careful selection. Men don't need to be a
unless they're on birth control. A normal, healthy woman that's not on medication is attracted to a man that's masculine, big, strong, handsome, you know, has masculine characteristics. But when women are on birth control, as we learned a couple of months ago, they like beta males. You know, they like smaller, nerdy, more feminine dudes.
Selective because they are constantly able to have sex biologically, not just colloquially. And I know the pill and women's liberation has made us not have to be slaves to our anatomy, which is ultimately a very good thing. But we cannot erase the millions of years of evolution that got us here. Our hormones, our brains, and our neurochemistry is designed to help us form valuable relationships with members of the opposite sex in order to perpetuate the species and pass on our genes. So if we're considering doing away with the cultural construct of monogamy, I wonder why we're trading it in for a cultural construct that frankly is false, because men and women are just not the same. Take home message: lean into your biology. And let's not miss out on this chance to talk about the emotional components of relationships in general and open relationships in particular. Emotional connections with people with whom you're intimate are complicated. Managing people's needs and desires and paying them attention and holding them when they're sad and raising children together is a heavy responsibility. One relationship kind of seems like enough to me.
I'm glad she brought the kids into it. That's a good point. That's something that I was actually thinking about. That's the reason why a relationship is a commitment, because a relationship is the budding of a family, especially if you're a younger person, you're 20 years old, 25 years old, 30 years old with no kids, whatever. When you enter a relationship, it's the budding of a family, whether it's a small family, just you and that woman, or it's going to be a big family with 10 kids. It's the start of a family, right? And you have to be committed to that family. So you have to have the discipline to not walk out on the family and, jeopardize breaking the family up.
How do you give to more than one person? If open relationships are not just about sex, how do you make time for dates and getting to know someone and tending to someone's needs without neglecting your primary relationship? I get exhausted dating one person and trying to carve out time for my kids' needs and my own self-care. How does adding another person get managed? I don't get that. And you know what? Like the high school sex ed teacher of your nightmares, I know what you kids are doing. I'm talking to you. I see what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I know a lot of people don't use condoms. There, I said it. I'm onto you. I got you. But this old lady grew up at a time when gonorrhea was treatable, and now it's not because people aren't protecting themselves. And that scares me. It scares me in the way that old people get scared when we hear about lots of young people having lots of sex with lots of people. So while I get that having sex with lots of people can be fun, I worry that open relationships are fostering a false sense of liberation from our sexual biological nature. I'm advocating for leaning into our biology. And while I understand that there are theoretical reasons for equating male and female sexuality, it's a cultural construct to do so, and one which is battling not just the patriarchy, but our own biology as well. Women can enjoy sex with lots of men, and men are not just looking to spread their seed and run off in search of more women to conquer, even though oftentimes that's kind of what it seems like they're doing sometimes. And I know that some women are engaging in open relationships because they feel like it's the only way that they can be with a particular man. And I know that many women are left feeling empty after operating under the male-supported notion that sex with someone you're not connected with is enough. I've had 2 3-year relationships.
A woman would have to be highly narcissistic to date a guy that's like a high value man, to be committed to a man that's a quote unquote high value man, and, share him with other women, because she's clearly just using him for what he can provide for her. And she's just totally cool with that. Like there's no genuine desire there. It's just all about the money and the status that he provides. If there was like a genuine emotional connection, she would be overly emotional and would have a hard time putting up with the fact that he's with other women.
And 1 15-year relationship with a person I made 2 children with. So I'm a serial monogamist. It's tremendously heartbreaking when a relationship is in trouble, but it would never occur to me to look for someone else to love or have sex with if the relationship I was in wasn't working. I've been devastated to have to end relationships after a long time. But for me, I find comfort in traditional relationships, and I have found it healthy and meaningful to move forward and pursue other monogamous relationships when the relationship I was in no longer served both partners. I like the predictability and closeness that comes from committing to making things work with one person. I like the way you're forced to evolve together and conquer challenges together as you both grow up, ideally as you grow up together. For those of us who were raised or have lived with the notion that one person can be available for your needs and desires, open relationships present a very complicated challenge intellectually for us old-fashioned folks. The fantasy of not being bound to one person is abstractly attractive, but the price may be too steep for this old broad. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to my channel.
Pretty good video. I'm not quite sure why she's battling the patriarchy, though. Seems like kind of a slight, kind of a disrespectful thing to say about her father. But hey, if men and women want to fight each other and argue about whether men should carry on masculine rules and women should carry on feminine rules, I think it's just pretty obvious that men should carry in masculine rules. They should be the leader of the house. Maybe even in societies, it just seems like that's the way it is. But whatever. Good video nonetheless. All right. Anyways, looks like we're starting to get some people in the house. So after these messages, we'll get on to maybe a little bit of a better video to watch.
Get cavities much?
Nope.
Because that's only like the 12th time you've brushed your teeth.
Damn. Lost my toothbrush.
Here, take mine. It's no big deal. And there are germs, but no more than, when people kiss.
Thanks.
Got some.
Huh?
A little.
Minty fresh. You're getting me wet. Not that I mind or anything.
Viewer beware. You're in for a scare.
Cool, huh?
From the pages of R.L. Stein's best-selling books for kids comes the Goosebumps video series.
I think Dad's a mad scientist.
Stay out of the basement. A Night in Terror Tower. The Haunted Mask. The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. And The Haunted Mask 2. 5 fun and scary Goosebumps stories come to life.
It's too weird for words.
Don't worry, I'll hold your hand. It's gonna be great.
Goosebumps on video now. And coming soon. Welcome to Dead House.
All right, we are back. And really quick, I want to give a quick shout out to Benjamin Fandetti with the 99-cent super chat. I don't know how I missed that. You sent that at 6:05. Salute to you, sir, and I appreciate that very much. Black Savant in the house. Marcator 1993 in the house. And yeah, I had to take that break so I could grab myself a beer too. So salute to you, Marcator 1993. Good to have you here, my friend. And cheers to everybody out there that's having a drink. And if you're not having an alcoholic beverage, then, you know, cheers. Take a sip of your water or your breast milk, whatever it is you like to drink. Good to have you here. Anyways, what do we have here? Oh yeah, this is a good one. Let's move on to the cucking. You know, let's get to the exciting stuff. I thought this video was fairly interesting. I watched about the first minute of it, and I was like, yep, this looks like it's going to be good. But this gentleman wants to explain the good sides of cucking. The title of his video is, I had the best cuck experience. So, gentlemen, it's not that I promote cucking. As a matter of fact, I firmly stand against it. But I am ready to learn something. So let's get this one going.
Okay, let's get straight into it. One of the things I want to be talking about today is cuckery. The term cuck is used as an insult. Why? People use it as like the biggest slur on the internet. Like, I would say being called a cuck is pretty much the biggest insult you can call someone. I'm 30 years old. I've met a lot of women. I've dated quite a lot of women. We meet people and everyone wants to be involved. So now I've got all that gritty out of the way. She's hot as F. One thing I love about her, she's got this massive, massive bunda.
So he doesn't know why people think it's an insult to call somebody a cuck. He doesn't see what's wrong with it. But he's got a girlfriend with a massive ass. So, you know, sounds like she's an ideal candidate to be a cuckoldress. Wonder if he's got a tiny penis.
Just so big. She's 5 foot, but it's just so big, just right there. Even when she tries to hide it.
5 foot, but her ass is just so big.
Everyone can see it's right there. I love that all my friends would check her out, you know, and say, damn, oh, she's gorgeous. Oh, she's perfect. Or they go, your girlfriend is Lovely, Ali. And I'm like, yep. Second of all, I want to let you guys know that I'm not insecure as hell. I'm insecure about my looks, sure. Like I had a nose job, I had my teeth done. But when it comes to our relationship, I'm not insecure at all. So I want to emphasize that a lot. So she's on OnlyFans and she gets requests and she gets a lot of men messaging her and she sexts them back, which is fantastic because a lot of these people that go on OnlyFans, it's not real. You'll normally get a company that she'll sign for and then you'll be messaging some guy pretending to be the model, which is not the case with my partner, Safi. She responds to all the guys on there and it's all her doing and it's a lot of dirty talk. It's a lot of sexting and I'm absolutely fine with that. That's absolutely cool. Yeah, now I've mentioned that, we've got all that the way, we can jump straight in. We had a party, about 15 people, mostly men, some girls, my sister was even here, but something amazing happened. And it's just on my mind. I just want to share it with you guys because I'm just so happy. There was a problem with a sleeping situation. And I said, oh, why don't you sleep in our bed? It's no pressure. And he's like, are you sure? And I talked to my partner. I said, is it okay if she sleeps in our bed? And it's only a double bed, same size as this. And she said, yeah, absolutely. It's not a problem. And I absolutely love that. So I just want to put it out there. It was the first time ever I've done threesomes. If you're watching this video, you're a nerd, straight up. Okay, I'm not trying to sound like Andrew Tate, but if you're watching a YouTube video of Gross School talking about your sex life, you're a nerd and you're interested because you're curious. You're curious. Why are you curious? You're curious because you don't go out. You don't sleep with women. You don't live in the real world. You live in the internet world where you call everyone cuck.
My friend, I don't think that's the case. But I find it funny that he watches Andrew Tate, but he's a cuck. Doesn't Tate like sort of present the opposite message? No, well.
But
how can he call us nerds? Literally making a video showing off being a cuck. Showing off his best cuck experience. Sharing his beautiful big booty girlfriend with other men. Calling us nerds.
But yet you're a virgin. You know, it's not a problem. Just need to break that barrier and live in the real world. All the internet nerds that, you know, look at yourself like you're overweight or, and I'm not trying to make you hate me. I'm telling you the truth because you need to hear it. So let's talk about threesomes and foursomes. I'm gonna put this out on record straight away. I've had lots of threesomes with my current partner, a lot. No women involved. Every guy was a snog by partner. We haven't had any threesomes with any women. Never had a foursome with a woman. I think men are very different to women. I believe that women are very insecure and men aren't. We're all equal, but when it comes to this department, I feel like women are more insecure than men. We can all agree with that, right? I will admit this right now. We have had a lot of threesomes and we've had a fair few amount of foursomes as well. All guys.
I'm calling cope. I think most men fantasize about having sex with two women at the same time. I don't think most women necessarily fantasize about having sex with two men at the same time or fucking a man in front of her boyfriend. You know, that's sort of just not the way things usually work. And a lot of women like hooking up with other women anyways. So when you're in a relationship where your girlfriend's hooking up with other dudes, I think you're in trouble. You know, and I think if you don't understand that there's a problem there, you're definitely in trouble. You know, you might not be aware of what's going on.
And I'm totally cool with it. We had probably the best threesome ever on New Year's Eve / today. It happened twice last night.
Not to knock it. I mean, look at the look on his face. You know, look, I don't judge people for their fetishes and their kinks or whatever, but I couldn't imagine me and my girlfriend having a threesome with another dude. I would never do that, but I couldn't imagine afterwards telling everybody it was the most amazing threesome we have ever had. It was fucking amazing. But then again, I guess I don't understand the whole, I don't know. If he's like bisexual or whatever, I don't understand that, like that sort of a lifestyle. So I can't put myself in those shoes, but you know, whatever.
And the night before, and I just want to get on camera and tell you guys about it. So we pretty much we go to bed. It's now 8 a.m. So this guy's sleeping in our bed. I'm giving another leg massage. I'm squeezing the thigh because women really like that when you squeeze the thigh. I call it the Mbappe massage, and I'm squeezing her thigh. I said, hey man, do you want to give her a massage with me? He's like, yeah, sure. And he's very consensual. Are you sure? Is she okay with this? And she's like, yeah, go on. And we both given her the leg massage, and quickly that went into touching of her vagina. and which was great, and that's awesome. We're just having a little play, and she's soaked, and it's fantastic, and it's such a turn on. And I won't lie to you guys, I'll be honest, I'm gross score, okay, and I stand where I stand. I don't think there is another man on this planet that can't compete with me when it comes to being insecure. Like, I am so not insecure about my girlfriend. Now, 99.9% of men watching this, you're extremely insecure. You hate the fact of another man looking at your girlfriend. You dread the fact of another man kissing your girlfriend, which to me is hilarious, because I let loads of men snog my girlfriends if they want to. Like, it's...
I don't understand it. That's fucking amazing. He said most men don't want other men kissing their girlfriend. But I don't understand it. I let loads of... That's messed up, man. I do think they're putting something in the water nowadays. Over there in Great Britain, they have to be.
Because it's just a kiss. It's just a kiss. A lot of men are like, yeah, give her a snog. And they're like, what? Are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, babe. And she's like, yeah, all right. And I'm totally cool. And then because it's my girl, she ain't going anywhere. He's not going to woo her over. He's not going to, if he...
Don't be so sure of that, bud. Don't be so sure of that. If she's willing to fuck other dudes in front of you, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure it's only a matter of time, bud.
He falls in love, it's his problem. She's not. We do have a lot of rules. So rule number one is they can't be fuck ugly. No, seriously. If they're like a bit overweight, they stink, they're ugly, they're a bit creepy, they're weird. I feel like they've got like attachment issues, or like they haven't got a lot of options. We're not going to go for that, guys. Back to the story. That went to one thing. And I just want to say, guys, it was, like, you guys, all you boys out there, all the real lads, not the internet nerds, I'm talking to the real lads out there. If you have a girlfriend and, you've been dating for a year or two and it's a bit dried up, having sex once every 3 or 4 days, bruv, that is dead. That is dead. I want you to do me a favor today. I want you to try and convince or ask and talk to your partner. Would you like another man involved in the bedroom? Again, yes, it's cuckery. It's not a bad thing. Don't judge it until you tried it. A lot of you guys out there...
He's suggesting... Listen, fellas. I mean, imagine the reaction I would get if I was out there next to the brick wall making one of my normal videos and I was giving advice and I was like, look, fellas, here's what you need to do. You need to go approach your girlfriend and ask her if she wants to fuck another dude. And if the answer is yes, make it happen. I would lose all of my subs. It would be over with. I'd be done.
They're watching this and you're going to say, well, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. How can you let another man fuck your wife? Of course you're going to say that. Of course it's weird to you because you're a bloody virgin. You sit on the internet. You've said one girl who was a rat.
Yeah, shut up, you pussy virgins. Real alpha males let other men drill their wives.
Be honest, you haven't experienced the real world. So it's weird to you. It's like a car, okay?
Here in the real world, all men are cucks.
Just like a vehicle, like a moving car. I bet you in the 1920s, when they first invented the car and that person got in the prototype of the car and drove down the road, every Tom, Dick and Harry went, what is that? That's weird. Wow, what? That's weird. That's what. Now look.
Yeah. Becoming a cuckold is just like driving a car, bud. You ever seen a real nice car drive by and everybody's like, look at that. What was that? Well, that's how you're looking at cuckolds. Eventually, you got to try it. Just get behind the wheel. One's in the chat if you watch cuckold porn. Two's in the chat if you don't watch any porn at all.
Now look down the road. Everybody's driving a car. No one cares. They don't care if it's a bloody Porsche or Ferrari or a Peugeot. It's all the same because it's normalized. It's the exact same with cuckery. A lot of people out there right now freaking out, especially the internet, and they find it weird because it's not normalized. So what we need to start doing is normalizing cuckery. Let me tell you the benefits of being a cuck. I don't want you guys to get confused. I'm not the type of cuck that would sit in a closet and watch and jerk off while watching my missus get plowed. I have done that. And I'm totally cool with it. When I first started doing this last...
Whoa.
Oh, fuck yeah.
It's not like I just sit in the corner jerking off watching another man fuck my wife. Well, yeah. He said he has done it before. Like he just nonchalantly, well, I have done it before.
Sure, it can hurt. So there's a warning. It will hurt you, it will shock you, but you kind of got to just get your...
Here comes the core of the cope. He said it will hurt. It will hurt. The first time you sit in a corner and jerk off watching your wife fuck another man, it will hurt. But that's the truth. That's the actual truth about it. After it happens a few times, you desensitize yourself to it, and you become it's normal. It becomes normalized in your life to sit back and watch other dudes fuck your wife. You know, you've normalized something that used to really bother you, and it bothered you for a reason, because you know it's immoral. You know it's bad for your relationship. You know it's bad for your self-esteem. It's bad for you. But you normalized it.
Shit together, get your emotions together. And if you can watch your wife that you love with your heart and she's fit, if you can watch another man slam your wife raw, no condom, every part.
If you can watch your wife, if she's fit, if you can sit back and watch your wife, another man slam that pussy, you're a real man.
We bring them to the bedroom. Again, we make sure that they're fully cleaned, that they've got no STIs. And every time we've done stuff, it's been mainly positive. The only negative is because the other guy couldn't perform. And we have had that quite a few times. Men out there say they're going to bring it. Honestly, we've had it about 5 times where men go, oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm going to do this. I can, oh, watch me, I'm the best. They come down to it. We were sitting for 3 hours, mate. Blow job, hand jobs, fingering, whatever they want to do to her, they do. And they can't get an erection. Nothing's going on. It's just limp dick. And, you know, and it's just, and they're, I don't know what's going on. This doesn't really happen. All right.
This dude is the alpha cuck. The alpha cuck. Making fun of the bulls. I thought you said you were really going to bring it. You're going to drill my wife like a true robo stud. And I'm over here jerking off, looking at a limp dick. This is pathetic. Get this bull out of here. Get this muscle-bound bull out of here.
Alcohol, it's the weed. I'm tired. I'm under pressure. I don't fit. I don't know what it is, but some people just can't perform under that pressure. Most of the guys can, that I rope in, always want this fantasy, and boys, it was so bloody brilliant. And it was just the best thing in the world, honestly, when I just said, make out of me and just let him do you on the side. My penis is about 6.5 inches erect. And this has happened with all my girlfriends. I make porn with my girlfriend. I send my friends all my porn all the time, and they jerk off to it, and they want more. You know, I'll give it to them for freebies because they're my friends, right? And it makes me feel good about me sharing our sex videos. It makes me feel good. You know?
What in the fuck? What is going on with the world? One's in the chat. If you shoot porns and send them to your friends and let it so they can jerk off to it. One's in the chat for that.
You know, and we're helping the world. We're helping them release so they can have a better day. That's our duty as humans, to help other humans, and that's what I like to do. It's weird to all you internet nerds watching, because you're an internet nerd, you eat pizza, you don't work out, you're unfit as fuck, and you're probably sitting there on bloody 4chan all day, let's be honest. So your brain's all messed up. In the normal world, the people are fit and they're strong, they get up, they go to work, and they've got a good diet, they're horny all the time. Let me just take a quick vape before I continue.
Vape.
Cherry. Cheers. This guy had a huge penis. All right, it's huge. 8 inches.
He said cheers. He said cheers. We finally found a guy with a huge penis to drill our wives. Cheers to that.
All right. Now, my girlfriend's not loosey-goosey, right? She's very tight. I've had girlfriends that are loose. Again, everyone's different. There'll be some girl watching this getting offended. Oh, I'm offended. Oh, because I've been called loose before. It's not my problem. That's your problem, right? You fix that yourself. Go to the gym and do some squats. It tightens it up. And so this guy, 8-inch penis. I'm laying there. I'm making out of her. And he's just doing her on the side. He can't get his hands around how big her ass is. And he's just doing it, complimenting her ass. And you know what I loved, and he loved when she'd guide his penis into a vagina while we're making out. So hot. And it's so good because I'm trying to make out of her, but she can't breathe. Boys, I just want to say, mate, all the boys watching, you've got to try this with one of your partners. You have to try it, man, because it's weird. Because us men is when we get a taste of good pussy, we want it over and over and over and over and over again. It's like a drug. It's like cocaine. Other men wanting my wife makes me want her more. And that's the whole point. So a lot of you guys out there watching, if you are in a committed relationship and you're bored, you know, you fuck once every 4 days, it's boring. Okay, if you've got low testosterone, I rate that. Okay? And if you don't, if you jerking off, if you're watching this, you jerk off behind your girlfriend's back, you got issues. All right, I know, because I've been there. I used to do that to all my exes. You know, you get bored after a month or 2 or 3 or 4 or half a year, the sex slows incredibly down. Even if she's hot as fuck at the start, within a month or 2, you do.
That is true. You know, I've said many times on these streams, after you're with a woman for, let's say, like a year or so, the sex life gets a little bit boring, right? And she can be the hottest chick in the world. You can be the hottest couple in the world. The sex will get boring. So you do have to do some extreme shit to spice it up. That's true. But, you know, I would suggest like BDSM or, you know, some strange positions that you've never tried before, or, you know, something, you know, some people do like sex in public or something. I don't recommend that because it's illegal, but, you know, there's things that you can do and you can spice it up. But I don't recommend cucking. I think that's that's not good.
You get bored. With my partner, we've never been bored. I've never been bored. You know, and it's a guy thing to perform. A woman doesn't need to perform because they've got a hole. As a man, you need to be able to get aroused and get erect and keep pounding. What turns me on so much from self-cuckery is basically, it's just such, it's all in here. It's just how much another man will give it to her. And that turns me on so much. It just does. And I need.
What turns him on about cuckoldry is just how another man just gives it to her. Fuck yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
He just fucking rails her with his big cock. And I jerk off. It's such a turn on. You know, this is, I think this is the problem with porn. I think people like watching porn. And you know what? It's weird because it's like, it's almost like watching sports, right? So it's like playing basketball is cool, right? It's fun, but watching NBA basketball players play is a different deal because they're fucking professionals at it, right? They're athletes that are, you know, the top 1% of the top 1%, dunking on each other and all kinds of shit like that, right? And I think porn does that to people because you're watching like the most attractive people in the world, you know, sport fucking, super fucking, and the most extreme positions and doing the most extreme things. And I think that makes people like automatically bored of normal sex. The type of sex women like to have is like, they like to be like kissing you and all intimate and fucking like emotional and shit like that. Right. And dudes, especially if they're porn addicts, they're into like, you know, porn fucking, sport fucking. Shout out to the chat, power fucking, right? And that's what dudes want to do. But the porn thing gets guys used to watching it on the screen. You know, they're used to watching professionals fuck. So I think when they become porn addicts and then they get into a relationship, it's like, yeah, fucking is cool. But watching people fuck, that's really cool. You know, that's just what porn does to people. That's my opinion, but I guess we're all entitled to our own.
I need to tell you again, you've got all you guys out there in your committed relationships, give it a try. But let me just say, boys, one of the best things in the world is, because I love to show all these guys like, oh, I'm like, babe, show him this, do that, deep throat, fuck her throat, doggy, get on top, stroke his groin, suck his balls, grab her neck, grab her hair. We do everything. One of my favorite things was when she was doing doggy, so her ass to you, and he's just fucking the shit out of her, and he's going deep in 8 inches, and while this is happening, I'm receiving the oral sex, and you know what? She's holding her head, but I'm just watching her face and seeing her eyes. eyes rock up to the top of her head was the most hottest thing. I've got to get here on YouTube and tell you guys about this, man. Was the most hottest thing. And that image of her brain, her eyes going.
The saddest cope here is that basically what he's admitting is that he can't make her eyes do that. He can't cause her to make those facial expressions when he fucks her. So he has another man fuck her that can. That is, I mean, hey, whatever. I guess if you're incapable and all you want to see is a bitch's eyes roll back in her head and you can't make it happen, then I guess have a professional get the job done. You know, if you don't know how to fix the leak in your roof, call a professional. If you don't know how to fix your car, call a professional. If you don't know how to fuck your wife, call a professional.
Like, it's just bedded in my brain. I've jerked off like 5 times today. She's just saying,
what the fuck? He just randomly throws that in there. I've jerked off like 5 times today. Oh my God. This dude's pretty cool though. Like Loki, I don't want to be anything like him, but he's pretty cool though.
and yeah, you like when he's fucking me? Yeah. And I'm sitting there going, oh, and that gets me right going, like fires me right up. What I absolutely love is how she's like, oh yeah, fill me up, use me. And he just empties his load in there. He lays down, he rests. I'm like, bruv, let me get up. I get up and bruv, I just start fucking his cum into her. Now, this is going to gas people. A lot of people are going to free cugs. It sounds pretty gay. It's not, all right? It's not. It's perfectly normal. It's semen, all right? It's not acid. It's not bloody cancer. It's just semen, okay? It's just a fluid, okay, to help breed. And pretty much, mate, the most hottest thing in the world is, if you haven't tried it already, make sure you do try it at least once in your lifetime, at least once. Don't judge it until you tried it, okay?
What's he going to say? What's he going to say? Oh, this is fucked up.
It's like Marmite. You might not like it. You might love it. All right. In this case, I love it. Fucking another man's cum into my wife's vagina is probably, and don't judge me, the hottest fucking thing on planet Earth. What do you like this?
Ryan Gosling's a good looking dude.
That turned the friggin' frogs gay.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I know those sound bites made it sound even gayer. I've never heard such a thing in my life. He said he loves fucking another man's cum into his wife. I don't know what to even say about that. I've never heard such a thing. This almost has to be satire, but you know, I'm pretty good at reading people. He looks like he's being honest. Like I do think that he legitimately feels this way. Fucking another man's cum into your wife. Wow.
Sitting watching us getting grossed out. It's because you're cringe. It's because you got low testosterone that you go to a club.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Man, I'm glad I don't smoke weed anymore. I'd be tripping out. I couldn't imagine eating shrooms. I remember this one time when I was probably like 19 years old. I got like a quarter pound of shrooms, totally legal mushrooms. And, you know, I had ate a few of them and I was playing pool at this bar. Like somehow we ended up at this bar. We were stopping by real quick, me and my friend. And, you know, they hadn't really kicked in yet. And I'm standing there having a beer, playing pool, and, you know, things start to get a little wonky, a little wobbly and wavy. And I'm finishing the game of pool. and this dude walks up wearing like a leather biker jacket, pantyhose, high heels, and a mini skirt. But he was like a jacked, like manly dude wearing high heels, pantyhose, a skirt, and the top half was like a leather jacket and a wife beater. But it was weird because it was like a buff dude. So, and like the upper part of the outfit was like real masculine, and the lower part was a chick. And I was playing pool, and you know, the mushrooms, everything started to like really go into high gear. And I'm just like standing there trying to play, but I'm looking at this dude like what the fuck is going on here? You know, and you just can't piece it together. Like, what the fuck is this? That's how I feel about this guy. It's legitimately difficult to understand this guy and the way he justifies these things that he does.
You kids that go do missionary sex. I ain't got time for you, brother.
You have low testosterone, he said. You have low testosterone if you don't want your wife to fuck another man. Look, if you're not fucking another man's cum into your wife. Wow.
I'm here for the fucking real ones that know how to fucking live. I'm 30 years old. I don't give a flying fuck, mate. I'm a freak when it comes to the bedroom, and I'm proud. I'm a cuck for my girlfriend, and I'm fucking proud, bruv. Who's winning? So all the boys out there that respect me for being honest, respect to you. But the boys...
Yeah, respect. I do give him respect for being honest. That would be very difficult to put out there on the internet. But I don't think he's being honest enough. I think the cold, hard truth, if you truly were honest, is he likes the dudes better than his wife. I think it wasn't his wife in the facial expression she was making that was turning him on. It was the dude with the big dick that was pounding his wife. And it wasn't his wife's pussy that he was attracted to. It was the fact that that dude's cum was inside of his wife. It sounds weird to say. You know, this is not my forte, not my area of expertise, that's for sure. But sounds like Cope.
Out there mad at me, get out, get off the internet, stop browsing freaking Reddit and farming your karma that no one gives a fuck about, because it's not real life. Okay, you can go on there, complain about me and call me weird all you want. Just know this, mate. I'm living in the real world, feeling things and living my life. Meanwhile, you, karma. Anyways, and B,
I will give him the props for that. You know, if it's something he likes to do, I don't know.
I want the internet to start normalizing cuckery, self-cuckery, because it ain't even bad. It's like one of the best things on earth. I will say this, before you do try it with your girlfriends, if you have got one, make sure that she's got her head screwed on tight and she's bare proper in love with you. My girlfriend would happily live her whole life for the next 50 years with me, not doing any of this stuff. She knows it's my fantasies, it's me. I'm the freak. And she, because she loves me so much, she's like, okay, we can do this. Most of the time, I have to really kind of say, oh, please, I'll be good. I'm good. I've got to treat her like a princess to get my reward. And that's my reward. And
wow. Please, I'll be good. I've been good all week. I've been good all week. Time to fuck another man's cum into you. Wow. Guy sounds like Destiny. Look, man, Destiny's been through a lot, and Destiny seems like an all right guy. I'm not going to talk bad about him. He's going through a brutal divorce, so we won't get into that. And I don't think he's a cuck. I think he's just like a normal open relationship.
You know, and when we get doing it, she loves it, obviously. It's like a car that's cold. You've got to start the car up. Now the car wants to drive. Exact same as my girlfriend. You got to turn her on, bruv. And now she's like, actually, this is great. And then again, last night, the guy stayed over for an extra night. We had one glass of wine each. That's all it took. 1.5 glasses of wine. I don't even need it, but we took it anyway. And we go up to the bedroom, and you know, we were sexting on the couch, me and my partner, while he's just sitting there. And I was, you know, it was the most sexiest thing. I was like, did you like it? She's like, yeah. Did you like it? Did you like it being filled? And yeah, I did. I was like, oh, this gets me going. Normally, I have this rule and this is a big rule I have, is no kissing. I don't like when another man kisses my girlfriend. You know, last night before, I want to see him make out, because making out is very sexy. And let's be honest, especially during sex. And I don't know, I just find it very hot, and I like watching them kiss. It's very hot. It ramps them up a bit more, makes them feel a bit more closure, makes them perform better, which turns me on, you know. And this guy loved watching me fuck her, which is fantastic. And he absolutely, okay, oh, can you just fuck her while I watch? And like, bro, last night we did it again, and it was just better. Why? Because we gave my girlfriend 5 orgasms. He gave her 4, I gave her 1. Wait, what can I say? He's got an 8-inch penis, and it has a nice curve to it, straight curve to it, so he can.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my God. Yeah. Definitely flamingo. That's definitely. Earlier, he was talking about his beautiful girlfriend. She has a nice ass. Talking about the size and the shape of this dude's dick got him a lot more excited than thinking of his girlfriend's big ass. That's pretty fucked up. But hey, I don't judge.
Really get up there and hit the spot. As for me, I got to go deep in, balls deep, you know, just to hit that spot. But either way, normally I would give my partner, when we have sex, 1 or 2 orgasms. Sometimes like just for me, I just want. But last night we gave her 5. So I just want to put it out there that, yeah, it was probably one of the most amazing experiences ever. And
low key, being honest, do you think she faked one of them?
And today, even right now, she's on the couch sleeping. She's zonked. She's passed out, like she's just dead ass tired, you know, and her vagina is really sore. And it's a nice feeling, she says. She says it's a nice feeling where it's sore down there, but it's like a nice sore. And none of you guys would understand what I'm talking about here, because, again, you haven't lived in the real world. But when you do live in the real world, if you're a girl and you know you get fucked hard and your pussy's sore next day, it's a nice feeling, right? It's going to be the best year of our life, boys. 2023. Please try cuckoldry if you haven't already. Just give it a try. Stop being a wimp. Stop being insecure. Oh, but my girlfriend might leave me. Shut up. If she leaves you, don't worry. You'll find another one. All right? Give it a crack. It is so hot. Where's my cuck cell? I've actually had quite a few men message me that have got girlfriends that want to do foursomes with me and my partner. But again, we don't do the other girl involved. I love, mate, when he just fucking finishes inside of her, and then I go and I finish inside of her, bro. And then she goes to bed filled with cummies. But no one out there going to top me, brother. I'll tell you that right now. No one in the world is ever going to top me. And that's my claim to fame. You know, that's my thing. And it makes me so proud.
The level of cope. And that's the issue there. Like, he literally just said he was fucking her with his big cock and curved, and he's fucking her, and he gave her 4 orgasms, and the look on her face and her eyes rolling back in her head. And it was just so amazing to watch. But nobody fucks her as good as I do. He gave her 4 orgasms compared to the 1 that I gave her, but this is my claim to fame.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Nobody fucks her better than I do.
There's not another sex freak in the world compared to Gross Score, bruv, when it comes to this shit. No, I'm the top 1 cuck. I don't give a flying fuck. I'm the top 1 cuck. I don't care. I don't care.
The alpha cuck.
God damn, boys. Happy New Year, lads. I want to show the internet these threesomes. I want to show it. The other people involved, you know, they can wear like masks if they want. I can blur their face. I've just learned how to blur on Sony Vegas, which is fantastic. I think it's only fair that, yes, we have threesomes with my friends, right? But I think it'd be only fair if we should invite her subscribers in to meet up in Manchester, and they can obviously get involved, because it's only fair. I mean, these guys are paying for her, and, you know, like, it's her livelihood. Why don't we rope in her subscribers? And she's totally cool with that. I'm a very, very horny guy who absolutely loves his wife, and I'm a cuck, and I'm not embarrassed by that, and it's totally normal. Well, if you manage to listen to all this, then I just want to say you're a legend. I love you.
Legends. That was certainly good entertainment value. Salute to the top cuck. And I'm out. I got to grab a beer. We'll be right back after these messages. And we'll take some calls.
What?
That was really rude. Leading on Claire while you're obviously jonesing for Kiki.
Kiki?
A man's best friend.
That's not true. I come in here every night at the same time to see Claire.
It's too bad, because you just blew it.
I think I don't know that.
Dean, could you do me a favor and help me wash my back?
Here.
Thanks, but I prefer the real thing. Care to join me?
In there? Now?
I am internet dating and I'm not getting any hits on my profile site. I don't know how, do you have any suggestions on how to spruce up my page, my profile? What should I do?
What gives you an advantage on the internet over other venues is that you can lie about yourself. So get rid of that picture and substitute, I don't know, maybe George Clooney.
I am Neo Starling. And if you weren't sure before, now you are.
I get it. Playing hard to get. Fine. You win.
She shouldn't walk around so naked like that. And what if some guy saw her?
Some guy did see her.
No, I mean some guy that couldn't control himself.
Speaking of which, how do you control yourself? When's the last time you got laid?
None of your business.
That long? Can't imagine why.
That an insult?
No, a compliment. You're sweet, smart, sexy.
You think I'm sexy?
Uh-huh. In a innocent, fumbly, virginal kind of way.
Virginal?
Don't get all defensive about it. I mean, unless you're really a... Oh. You're a virgin?
Are you ready for LFA?
Okay, first we're bringing Carrie on, and then we're going to bring on the rest, a few more people. Carrie, what's going on?
Hello. First of all, where were we?
Share your expertise with us.
Okay, here's my expertise. And don't forget, I've got a lot of experience with this. I think this is very age specific. I'll tell you why. Because for whatever reason, my closest friends over the years, I have close guy friends from high school, but my closest friends that really over the last 20, 30 years, I have like 4 or 5 really close female friends. Some are tied to work, some aren't. It depends, right? And that's not counting my wife, right? So I have and none of these women, they're all at least 50 plus, right?
Right.
None of them are this. I'm just going to make a point. None of them. Now, this is because some of them are MILFs, divorced MILFs, they are hot looking chicks, hot looking ladies over 50, 55. They have kids. So maybe that's what factors into the behavior pattern, that they have kids. But none of them, these are women. I just want to reiterate this. These are women that, here's how I know they don't do this. Well, I just know these women. But here's the thing. Here's how I can tell. You know what? Guys, this is LFA. What do you think about this? This is how I can tell a good woman. Okay, this is how I can tell a good woman, and I don't even need to know her body count. Really, I could just tell where her if she fucks with. Here's how I can tell. This is a good way to know, because I use this not judge my female friends, but I just know my female friends. Here's what it is. I notice with my female friends that are classy and don't just fuck any dude that comes along, or based on looks or anything really. I notice those women, and they could have kids, they could not have kids, but the classy women like that, they don't just, here's what I'm about ready to say. And what do you think of this? This is how I judge a good woman as I get older, really. I noticed that when they're not in a relationship, I think I mentioned this before, when they're not in a relationship with a guy, they don't just have sex with some dude just to get off, like a lot of young women under 30 will do. If they're like a lot of young women under 30 who don't have boyfriends or husbands or whatever, they'll just hook up with the dude just to get some penis, right? I notice with these classier ladies, and the reason they're classy, and they tend to be older because, you know, they don't just spread their legs for dudes just to, in other words, they would rather not have sex than have sex with some dude just to, you know, feel like they're just getting off physically. I don't care how good looking the dude is. So I think, so here's my point. Guys, if you're out there and you're trying to determine whether your friend who's a female, if she's loose or slutty or not, it's easy to tell, especially with me because I travel with a lot of these women for business or whatever. I notice a lot of them, I can tell which ones are banging and which ones aren't. I know which, first of all, I know which ones are fucking dudes and which ones aren't because they're my friends, right? And I see that the class, what do you think of this? I see the classy women, when they're not in a relationship with the dude, they're not going to, they don't fuck any dude. So when they're in a relationship with the dude, they're certainly not just going to fuck another dude in front of another dude. Can you address that while I take a pipe hit? Because I wash the medibles down. Can you address, please, seriously,
well,
don't you think that's important?
No, I want to play this video from a female's perspective. She's a cuckoldress. That means she cuckolds her boyfriend. So I'm going to play this video really quick.
Survey some of the women in the program because I really wanted to know.
Wait, can you move my picture to the right?
What is it about this kind of relationship that appeals to you? Why do you want this? And I asked them 2 questions. I said, when you first found out about it, what was it that interested you? And they most of them said it was the one-sided open part of it, that they were like, that sounds pretty good. And I think if you ask a lot of women, they're like, yeah, that sounds amazing. You have like this loving, devoted partner and you get to have all this other fun.
Yeah.
And you both love it that way. That sounds amazing. Sure, sign me up. But then afterwards, I said, now after you've learned about it and after maybe you've actually, you know, had this kind of relationship, what is it that appeals to you most now? And they said that
the Venus Cuckoldress podcast.
It was still the one-sided open part, but they also said they didn't realize, but they realize now that this is really female focused, that this really is about putting her on a bit of a pedestal. And the other thing that they realize now that they didn't know.
Yeah, so I can see why a woman would be into that, why a woman would be into getting fucked by 2 dudes, like being the center of attention type deal. Right. You know what I mean? All the attention's on her. Like I can see.
I want to make let me make a point to you. Most of my 4 or 5 close female friends, you would say, they don't have the attitude, but they are boss babes. Like all these women are women that are very successful. They're all worth.
Hey, when we're watching a video, you got to get it out quick, like 1 or 2 sentences, bang, bang, bang.
I'm just saying my female friends are boss babes that are worth 7 figures. They got a lot of money, right? But yet, even those boss babes that are older don't just spread their legs and fuck any dude that comes along.
Okay, yeah. We got it.
Then was that this kind of relationship does bring that next level kind of love, trust, and communication and bonding. And so I think that when it comes to, for me anyway, educating women about what this
love, trust, communication, and bonding by letting your wife fuck somebody else. I just don't get it. I don't understand the lifestyle.
It's all about the benefits for women and couples. We need to echo those couple of things that people don't realize in the beginning is a big benefit.
Wow. Is like when a couple practices cuckolding,
let's say here and there, like let's say they try it like once a year, would that still be called like a cuckolding relationship, or is there a specific dynamic to couples that practice it regularly and that
She's like, wow.
Doesn't it make you physically
How
sick?
great would it be to try out a big cock right there in
Okay.
front of my husband?
Can I make a point afterwards?
Very quickly, yes.
My point is this. If I'm with a chick long term or short term, in the back of my mind, in a weird fantasy, because I'm just a filmmaker, have I ever thought of her or imagined or maybe even jerked off to her in my mind banging another dude? Possibly. I'm not going to say yes or no, but I would never want to see it in real life. But I'm not saying in the recesses of my mind, because I just got that kind of mind that I haven't maybe
Carrie.
thought about it.
Okay, Carrie, now you're just rambling on.
All right, sorry.
We got to get back to the video.
All right. I'll behave.
relationship?
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. I mean, for some couples, this is just like a little bit of spice that they add it to their bedroom
Yeah.
life, and it's just one of a bag of spicy kinks or whatever that they are introducing into their relationship. It's not really like their relationship revolves around that, or that they're that it's the focus of it. But then there are couples that this is their sex life. This is the biggest component of their sex life.
And like plays a big role in that dynamic of their relationship outside of sex, right?
Absolutely, because this is what's fulfilling for them, and I think that's where it how it depends on whether or not this is something that revolves around them or not. Is do you require this to feel fulfilled in your relationship? For me, that is like a giant yes. But for some other people, it could be like, yeah, I could go with it or not. I mean, it's whatever, it's fun. The way I really enjoy cuckolding, and like everybody has their own kind of way of doing it, but for me, it's not so much about him watching me. In fact, I prefer like maybe not.
Oh, okay.
I really like the I like the mental game. Like I said, when it comes to cuckolding, I like the kind of tease, and this is very much an intellectual kind of kink, and I really like it when he can listen in. That's so fun because he's got to kind of imagine what's going on. He can listen, he can hear a bit, and you can say things to him, and I just really enjoy that part of it. Or there's like FaceTiming for a quick little bit. Or he's nearby, he can hear something going on, but doesn't know exactly what's happening. Or he hears about it when I get home. That is the best.
I see.
I
There's
love
different
that.
options.
Yes, there's so many different options. There's so many.
He hears about it when she gets home.
Right, look at Adam 22. Look at Destiny. I'm going to make a point. It's impossible for a man and a woman. I'm just going to say it, at least for me. It may not be true for other people, but I think you'll agree. For me personally, it's impossible for me to be in a loving relationship where if I cannot physically, emotionally, spiritually toss all I can't be in love with the woman that's fucking around on me.
Carrie, you got to work on getting those sentences out. Like that should have been a 5-second sentence.
But do you agree with me?
Yeah, I do. And it's okay. Like later on in the show, we can just ramble and talk. But we got to get through this video right now.
Can you play my Ryan Gosling thing again, though, please, Dad?
Ryan Gosling's a good-looking dude.
Do you know people who also do the flip version where the woman is the cock?
Not really. It's definitely not, doesn't seem as common. It is a thing. There are women out there who do really enjoy that.
See, that's what I want to do. I want to fuck I want to fuck my girlfriend, and I want to have another girl fucking me. Like I want to have another girl riding me, and I want to be like, look at how her pussy grips. Like, look at the grip her pussy has is way better than yours.
Why can't you do this shit?
Yeah. You can never do this. Your pussy could never be this good. No, I wouldn't do that. That'd be fucked up. But like,
you'd feel guilty. You would feel guilty.
No. Yeah. The reason why I think these guys like this stuff, and imagine the chick being a bull, by the way. Imagine a chick being like, get on your knees, you whore. I'm fucking your husband today. I'm going to show him what real pussy is like. No, but most dudes like that are into this cuck thing, they have the fantasy is being shamed, right? It's like the dudes that like the small penis humiliation and that type of shit. You know what I'm talking about? Like all that weird shit.
Deprivation.
Yeah, or the dudes that like to be with femdom type ladies that like have a bullwhip and it's like, you know, they like lick the ladies' feet and stuff.
No, but wouldn't you get
LFA.
Wouldn't you get physically ill though if you saw that happen? If you had to watch that, if somebody put a gun to your head and said, "Watch your wife or girlfriend getting fucked by another dude," I would physically get ill. What would you do?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, yeah, I would be extremely pissed if I saw somebody else fucking my girl. I'd probably black out. I would never commit a heinous crime, but my opinion of what happened that night when O.J. Simpson went over to Ron Goldman's house, I
killed his wife. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
he killed her.
I don't know what I think probably happened is he probably blacked out. He saw something crazy that he wasn't ready to see, and he just blacked the fuck out. And who knows what happened afterwards? I'll just put it like that. Anyways, let's get on this video.
Yeah. But
I know a couple.
years-
They just don't want to be interviewed.
yeah.
I know a couple of them. I'm like, do you want to come on my podcast? They're like, no.
Yeah, they're hard to not. What's I'm saying? They're easier to find now because of things like the Monap and things like that, where people can connect. But for the first, I don't know, 5-6 years that I was doing this, I hadn't come across anyone. So it's only recently.
Okay, well,
I would smash both of these ladies.
Same.
I have a couple more questions. Sure.
In front of their hubbies?
No, you must have had like really amazing.
No. I would be okay with him being in the closet though. Over there.
Jerking
don't
off.
kill yourself. You don't come out of there until I leave the house.
Or like on the Ring camera, you know, the room camera.
Yeah, let him have a camera.
Yeah. You can
I want to
record
see
it.
that shit from his phone.
A recording
Back
like
to
on Snapchat. It's a recording that deletes after 24 hours because I don't want him spreading it around the internet.
No, he's in another room. He's halfway around the world watching on a little camera. Yeah, bedroom camera, halfway around the world.
Can you tell me about your most liberating, fun sex experience as a cuckoldress?
Yes. So okay, let me think.
Yeah, feel free. I'm sure you've had like a really amazing sex. So like, what would be one of the ones that you want to share?
Well, okay. So before I got into this cuckolding thing, I was very much a unicorn in the swingers lifestyle. And I basically...
Can you clarify to my listeners what that is?
Yeah. So unicorn is like the solo woman who is the third in a threesome usually. So very sought after.
Would you love?
Yeah, that's probably why I really took to cuckolding, because I liked to go and be that center of attention, and I like to go and make the decisions of where I wanted to go and who I wanted to be with and all that sort of stuff. But okay, so yeah, in that arena, I had some experiences.
Good stuff. We'll just end that one right there.
Can I make a quick joke? I just want to make a quick joke.
Hang on, that was an excellent video. That one entertained me. It's much better hearing it from a female's perspective, especially two hot chicks.
Can I just make a really weird off-color joke? Here's the joke real quick. It'll be just a second. You know why I want the guy halfway around the world watching on a fucking camera monitor, like a Ring camera, if I was going to do that to his wife? Do you know why, LFA, I want that?
Why?
Well, how bad? Wait. Can I go X or just PG or R? How far do you want me to get? I can go X, right?
Let's go R.
R. Oh, shit. Well, okay. How about this? Just between R and X. No, because I don't. Okay. I'll just say it because it's you know me. Because the obvious thing is because I don't want him blowing my brains out and kicking my ass right now. Because I don't want to feel any kind. I don't want to feel his body fluid on the back of my neck. No, I just kidding. No, that's why
you got to get on with the point, Carrie.
I know. Okay, sorry. I'll be quiet. Carrie will be quiet.
Well, if you wanted the point, like I thought you had a point that you were gonna make.
LFA, can I jump in?
Yeah.
Jump in.
Gay Odyssey. Yeah, you're on.
Hey, LFA, this is 2023 A Gay Odyssey, and I want to make a point. I know a bull. He's gay, and I always think he's bisexual, but he's a bull who, for many decades, has gone and had intercourse with these women, and I personally don't think this lifestyle is good for these people. It's like
really.
porn. He's addicted to it.
No kidding.
Well, I mean, nobody spoke up for the bull, but if anyone wants to go into this stuff, I recommend that you don't, because no matter like how he's tried to start a relationship,
That's really good advice.
he just keeps
That's pretty good
doing
advice.
it. You know, he gets invited like by a
That's pretty based. The
firefighter, he
elephant. That
gets
sounds pretty
invited
based.
by
Thanks.
a swinger party. There's a lot of swinger parties in Fort Wayne. So he's always like headed off to this stuff, and I think he should just commit to his partner instead.
Yeah. You know, hey, that's sound advice right there.
That's based. That's based. Elephant. That's based. That's based, my man. That's based.
Carrie, is it based?
Go.
Carrie, is it based? Carrie?
It's
Carrie?
It's based. It is.
Carrie, I want to know what you think. Is it based?
Yeah, we didn't hear you the first 5 times.
LFA, can I say something slightly off topic?
Sure.
It's a really special night, I think, for a lot of people like me. It's the solstice in the Northern Hemisphere. This is the longest night of the year. So, yeah, when I had a beer, I was thinking about, a lot of ancestors who came before me. I assure you, none of them were doing cuckoldry. I grew up in a much more traditional background.
Dude, I'm 28, and nobody when I was growing up was doing that shit. That was like unheard of. You would lose like all respect if that were a thing. Like,
I knew a couple. I knew a couple that did cucking. When I was like 18 or so, 18 or 19, I worked at a factory, and there was this old dude that drove forklift. He wasn't that old. He's probably like 48, 49. To me, he was old though, because I was just a like 20-year-old. And him and his wife both work there. Carrie, if you're gonna cough or whatever,
sorry.
Mute the mic, because every time you make a noise, even if you snap your finger, it mutes my mic. So like everything that I was just saying came out distorted to everybody watching. No, yeah, but they were a cool couple. I mean, the dude was real cool, the lady was real cool, but you know, I started to hear rumors about them and stuff, and they'd bring in young bulls. Sometimes, sometimes a white guy, sometimes a black guy, whatever. But as long as he was tall and buff, and if he was packing a hammer, they would bring him over. And it was weird.
May I?
I knew swingers, not. Well, I mean, it's kind of.
That's cucking, isn't it?
I think, yeah. I think swingers is like one. It's only like male and like another woman, right? I think that's what it is. I'm not sure.
Well, swingers are like couple swapping and stuff. Like swingers are like anything goes. Like if you went to a swingers club, like you might like a couple will go to a swingers club and like swap partners. Like you might like go into the back room or whatever, and some dude fucks your wife and you fuck his wife.
Okay,
I was at a swingers club in Brazil, and I assure you, there were a lot of other things. It's a whole
I'm sure
range of things.
Yeah, I'm sure there's all kinds of shit going on.
Yeah, I'd rather not get.
I bet you cuckolding is one of the most popular things that happens at swingers clubs.
That's what I saw.
Yeah.
Well, LFA, I'll just say real quickly, mid-'80s, I was driving a limousine in LA area, and in a city called La Mirada, I could even tell you the corner, Imperial Highway, Rosecrans, behind a gas station was this bar that was known for as the Swingers Club. And this was the mid-'80s, so it was like free love and stuff. And I remember I would drive limo there once or twice, because, one time people took me there, and another time people asked me where to go, and I took them there, right, over the course of a couple of years. And both times, like the dude would go inside, get a chick, they'd come out, and somehow the thing would be back, but they'd be having some kind of sex in the back, either the two women or all four people, and they'd be doing it right in the back of the limousine, believe it or not. I swear, it was kind of weird, but it was the 80s, so people were doing all kinds of weird shit. So, but that's the thing. The first cuckolds were swingers clubs. That's where all this started. It generated from swingers clubs, which still exist.
Yeah, and I think the fantasy, it's probably because dudes' testosterone's getting low. I think a man with high testosterone views himself as the bull, like he's supposed to plow his wife, right? But I bet you, low testosterone type guys were at swingers clubs, and a big high testosterone manly man would fuck their wife, and it was shameful, but at the same time, it was like people find it like kinky, like they like it when something happens that like shames them, something shameful. You know what I mean? It's like degrading, and they have like a kink for that. So when they see a dude with a huge hammer and he's like a buff robo stud and a good looking guy and he fucks their wife, then that's like the ultimate shame. It's like the ultimate, like it just belittles them, and it's like it satisfies their kink.
Okay, but what about this take on it? If you go to the swinger club I was referring to, it was, as I recall, it was all couples. Like you almost had to be a couple to go in there and a couple to go out. So it was guys who had a girlfriend or wife going in to meet other girls and wives, and they would switch and swap. But it's kind of like you're banging my wife or girlfriend, I'm banging your wife or girlfriend. So it's kind of an equal thing. It's not like today where some dude's just sitting in the corner watching his wife get plowed. It's an equal thing. That's why they called it swingers versus it wasn't considered cuckolding. You were swinging. You were swinging. This is a different level. This is where you are getting your face rubbed in it like some piece of shit dude, like some guys. Whereas the other way, it's more Eskimo style, share and share alike. Can you address that? There is a big difference, even though I disagree with both.
Well, yeah. So I think it used to be like in a pre-porn time, like it was just kinky. It was just like going out there and experiencing something different, like getting to fuck a different woman. In exchange, you let your wife fuck a different man, and it's like a kinky experience. But I think the big thing that came into play, and this started with pornography in the beginning, but it's like I'm trying to think of the right term for it. I'll go Sigmund Freud, penis envy. It was penis envy. So like a dude sees another man with a bigger one fucking his wife, and he like that penis envy is the kink that he has that turns him on. Like that's the weird thing about the cucking. Like I think that's what they're into, right?
It's a different level.
Can we just say what they're not saying in the video?
Yeah.
A lot of this is about race.
Ooh.
No, I mean, yeah, but I mean,
oh yeah.
I don't know. Well, I can see
not
all of it.
People.
Not all of it.
Yeah, that's a different subject, though.
When it comes to swinging,
wait.
Yeah.
Not all. Wait.
No, that's like a nucleus of it.
Wait, I got a good line. Not all of it, because I'm as big as most black guys, so not all of it.
Yeah.
There's a good soundbite for you. Yeah. Not all of it. But LFA, if you look at if we look at the most famous guys who are the two prototypical cucks that everybody knows.
Who are they?
Well, I mean, I'm not I don't like to get in the dirt with this shit, but it's obvious. Adam 22 and Destiny, both these guys.
Yeah. Well,
it cannot be successful.
Cucks? Okay.
Fuck yes.
Okay.
Are they?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I get where people call them cucks, but I think in order to be a cuck, you have to have a fetish of watching other men fuck your wife. Like Adam 22 is just making millions of dollars. Like
no, but he's watched those vids.
I mean, he's probably watched them, but it doesn't mean he's liked them.
Wait. Would I let some dude fuck my wife or girlfriend for $1 million? No. Would I let some dude fuck my girlfriend for 20 or 50 million or 100 million? No. Why?
Okay. Right, but let's say you're a porn star and your wife is also a porn star. But the only difference is she's never done interracial porn. That's the only thing. She's never crossed the line and did interracial porn. She's fucked plenty of guys before she met you, and she's fucked plenty of girls before she met you. You fucked plenty of girls. You fuck plenty of girls still to this day. And in this situation, you're completely desensitized to any form of sex. Like sex means absolutely nothing to you.
Oh, God.
you can increase your bank account from 5 million to 20 million over the course of the next 3 months just by your wife doing a scene with, one of the most popular porn stars out there, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's what they were doing there. And Destiny's situation is his wife was in an open relationship before she met him, and she left her boyfriend for him and got married to him. So, I mean, I don't know what's going on in her head.
Okay.
If she has something going on to where, she has commitment issues or something like that. And after she's with somebody for X amount of time, she has to move on to somebody else or whatever.
Okay.
But
I have a good question for you.
I think, Terry, you can't talk when I'm talking.
Oh, sorry.
You have to stop doing that. It mutes my mic every time you speak.
Sorry.
Every time you say "all right" or "sorry," it mutes my mic.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if I would consider him to be a cuck. I understand why guys say that because he sort of submitted to her terms. She said she wants an open relationship or open marriage, and he was like, "Okay, cool, let's do that." And he hooks up with a lot of hot chicks. I'm sure she's running around going on these podcasts with all these dudes, Andrew Tates and Justin Wallers and whatever. She's probably hooked up with a lot of dudes. I don't know who or what, and I'm not even going to try to get into that, but, whatever. But does that make him a cuck? I don't think he's ever watched.
You talking about Adam?
Destiny.
Oh. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, but...
Yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it. But I mean, does it really make a difference?
Well, I mean, so the definite, I mean, I'm being serious here. Like, people hurl the term cuck around, which basically means beta male. It means I don't like you. You're a dork. I mean, that's what cuck means. And that's what, when people hurl the word around on the internet, that's what they mean. But I'm talking about the actual definition of like, is he a cuck? Does he like sit in the corner and jerk off while he watches other dudes fuck his wife?
No,
either way,
he is simply a guy who didn't want to commit to his wife. People who don't want to commit do this open relationship thing, and it just sort of melts apart. He wasn't in the room. He claims he's bi. Who even cares?
Yeah,
no cuckoldry.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about
is when
Destiny.
you're in the corner, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't matter though. It's the same thing.
Hold on. That's the thing about Destiny though, because he is me. I'm heterosexual. I only like women, and I'm monogamous. So I'm as normal. The fetish community would call me. Right? The fetish community would call me like vanilla for that, right? But I'm into the normal shit, and I'm perfectly comfortable, and I'm not ashamed of that at all. But Destiny is quote unquote he's bisexual, so he likes hooking up with dudes. So he probably has had threesomes with other dudes and his wife, and he probably enjoyed it. He's also rich and famous, so he has access to supermodels, hot chicks, escorts, porn stars, OnlyFans girls, Instagram models. He optimizes hypergamy and gets whatever hot girl he wants, right? So he's in a position where he has like no boundaries in terms of sexuality. He'll do anything with anyone. And he actually has access to all of it. So he has access to unlimited sexuality and all the shit that he's into. And he does it. That's just my opinion on Destiny. To call him a cuck, I don't think he even cares. Like he might openly say that he's a cuck. If you call him gay, he probably doesn't care. He probably openly admits he's gay. If you call him, whatever you want to call him, he openly admits it. Right.
I mean, he can't get offended. He can't get a riot. I mean, he can't, react to a way that someone would want him to react to, because if he does, then that kind of destroys the facade, right? It destroys I'm okay with this. It doesn't really matter like what you say, right?
Right.
And to answer
so if somebody was debating me and they called me a cuck, which I'm not, and there's never going to be any evidence of that. But if they called me that, I would be offensive and I would be on the defensive, right? But if you call Destiny that, he'll just be like, and so what? I don't care. And he just deflects it, right?
Right.
He just because that's his MO, like that's who he is. That's
I mean, he has an acumen too. He's not dumb, like strictly speaking, you know. But
yeah, no, he's great at debating because he deflects so well.
right, he has an acumen.
Yeah.
LFA, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
All right. I think I know what the answer is, but the question is, let's say I'm married when I was married for 15 years roughly, or if I had long-term relationships and stuff. None of these women I've been with, or let's say I was in a serious relationship now, whatever the situation is, if some dude came along and said, "I'm going to give you 50 million to bang your wife, or 100 million to bang your wife or your girlfriend," and he was going to pay me that kind of money to get me permission or something, I wouldn't let him do it. You know, I know you probably wouldn't either. So no amount of money, if you think about it, I don't understand these guys that are willing to let their girlfriends get banged.
Yes,
Yeah.
I would not. Why? Because I just said that I'm monogamous, I'm heterosexual, and I'm not a cuck. But here's the thing. Adam 22 is a porn star. So imagine if you were okay. And I'm not saying that you should date a porn star. I don't recommend that. But who's a hot porn star that's young right now? I don't know the names.
Yeah.
Somebody
No, I don't know.
in the chat. I don't know. But anyways, let's say you have let's say you have a famous porn star who is, you know, she's hot as fuck. She's, you know, whatever, she's cool. And you're partying with her, you're drinking with her, and for whatever reason, you're like, okay, I want to date this girl. And you justify it in your own mind. You're like, you know, I'm just gonna date her. Carrie, stop sniffling next to the phone.
Oh, sorry. That's sorry.
You know, you're like, we're just going to hang out. She has money. She buys beer. We party. We have a good time. I'm just going to hang out with her. But then eventually you're like, you know, you start to become invested in her and you start to like her or whatever. You're already fully aware that she's hooked up with dozens of different male actors on many different occasions and many female actors as well. You're already aware of all of this. And she's worth like $1 million, but she's going to be, if she sleeps with a certain male porn star, she's going to be worth $50 million. And she's going to give you 10 million for being a good sport because she knows it's fucked up. So you already know that she's fucked. You've seen on camera her fuck dozens of other dudes. So you would say, well, now that we're together, she doesn't fuck other dudes. So I'm going to turn down $10 million because I'm opposed to her fucking other dudes. See what I'm saying? Like when you're in that sort of a lifestyle, it's not such a big deal. Like it is a big deal for a normal person like us, but I don't think it is for porn stars.
Right. Yeah, it also increases the versatility of their work. Like if they allow like that to happen in the relationship, then they can kind of, you know, do more things with it. But that's, oh my gosh, that's just such a depraved relationship that can go wrong at like any given time and has a much higher chance of going wrong. In my mind, I cannot justify that for no matter what. Like no matter what amount of money I'm getting, no matter, you know, how much I love this girl. It's like, you know, I'm on the same page with you. Like I'm strictly monogamous when I'm in a committed relationship. Of course, when I'm not dating or I'm just seeing some girl like on the side casually, it's whatever, right? But if we're committed, then yeah, I'm not seeing, you know, one or the other. And I think it's equally as wrong. Like, you know, if a guy sleeps with a bunch of girls and the girl just kind of, you know, the woman like just accepts that. I think that's equally wrong, you know? Like if that's really how you want to go about things, then just don't date, don't get married or, you know.
Exactly.
But I think there's a deeper problem here that sets it apart from other things, the cuckolds and the porn. And this is the part that I can't quite grapple with. My criticism of your channel and some other channels is not looking at people over a longer lifestyle or life cycle. That's another matter. We don't often enough think about.
What do you mean by looking at people? Elaborate on that.
Exactly in this situation. If you met a really nice girl, but she was, I don't know, what's the word, slutty? in the past or promiscuous. Well, I don't know. You know, like college type promiscuous.
That's fine. Yeah, I get it. We get it.
Slightly.
Yeah.
You know, these are
Like the
things
fucking
you can kind of, you know, maybe you could handle that. If I were in your shoes, I don't think I could handle if she's done the cuckoldry in the past and if she's done the porn in the past. There'd always be a question mark in my head, which sets it apart from like even divorced, even maybe having a kid. Like if you're out in America.
That's a whole different subject, though. So I'm not suggesting that people date porn stars. I wouldn't date a porn star. I don't think anybody in the chat would really want to date a porn star.
I have to think if I have dated a porn star.
We already assume that nobody wants to date a porn star. We already kind of know that. But we're saying for Adam 22, he is a porn star and his wife is a porn star. That bridge is already burned. You know, you can't go back on that. So we're just looking at their life right now. Analyzing it. Nobody says that, like I've never suggested that dudes date whores, sex worker, any type of sex worker, whether it be an escort, a hooker. Is that the same thing? I guess isn't a hooker like a streetwalker? An escort's like a high class one.
More or less.
Stripper, an OnlyFans girl, and I've hooked up with girls that have OnlyFans accounts. I've hooked up with girls that have worked at strip clubs, but.
Did you ever bang a chick on OnlyFans? I'm afraid to ask. Have you ever banged a chick on her OnlyFans page? Have you ever gone that far?
No. There was one time when she was like, we had agreed that we would record it, and she had put her phone on she had put her phone on like the phone tripod thing.
Wow.
But we both had, it was like the iPhone like 10, iPhone 9 or 10 or whatever at the time. And I switched my phone out with hers and recorded it on mine. And I know it was kind of shady, but like last minute, I was kind of like, nope, I'm not putting that shit out there. And this was like 2019 or something. So I don't know, but I had the video, but I never, I sent her like small clips of it where my face wasn't in it, but I didn't want my face out there.
Yeah, like before OnlyFans, like I want to say around 2015 or so, around 15, I had an old neighbor of mine. I still know her, you know, and she and I made a porno together because she wanted to, right? So I set my camera up and filmed myself banging. I mean, she and I still have it, but we never uploaded. This was just, you know, between her and I, but that was the only time I've ever filmed myself having sex with this crazy lady, but. That was like 8 years ago. I don't know.
I never have it because I don't trust anybody. People can hack into your phone the second you take a nude. My semi-nude photos ended up all over Tumblr and that kind of stuff that I just sort of used on dating apps.
Because people hacked your phone?
Well, no, it's stuff I sent out to people like when I was like meeting them. They're nothing to be embarrassed about. But it's sort of like, wow, there you are, like right on your own screen. This kind of sucks. So no, I wouldn't do a video. You could easily be hacked into. Somebody could share it. It's just a lose-lose.
Yeah, but I mean, in this day and age, everybody has camera phones, and I think it's pretty normal for a dude to have a kink of recording his shit. If you're with a hot girl,
what?
Right. I mean, I've done it a few times, but I don't share those with anybody. Like that's no.
Yeah, I think most guys in this day and age that are hooking up regularly, they've recorded some shit.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't done it in 8 years.
Shows like 90% of millennials, I believe, either taken a nude photo or video. I just feel
sexting.
by
I mean,
the whole
it's
thing.
our generation that started that.
Was it?
Where is? I'm looking for Izzy. We've got a new caller on, but I can't find his.
Oh, what happened to the last episode? You didn't upload it. What happened? The ending was kind of interesting, wasn't it? Because I wanted to hear myself play back on that. What happened?
I ended up having to take it down.
Because of me? Not because of me.
Well, everybody was getting into like slurs and shit and talking all kinds
Really?
of like. Yeah, I mean it's YouTube. I have to censor shit, and I was gonna put it on. What I was gonna do is delete it and upload it from StreamYard, and go back and like clip out little segments that weren't right.
Yeah,
and then re-upload it. But for some reason, StreamYard didn't save it, and I had already deleted it from YouTube, so I couldn't get it. I couldn't find it.
No.
Like when I go in the library, for some reason, like here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is my StreamYard library from streams in the past. Like you see, this one, there's Izzy in it. There's William V. Taper. There's John Frederick. There's everybody.
Nice.
But they for some reason they didn't save that episode. I don't know why.
You know what I just noticed, my man? Master Yoda said he did a short porno with some of the hookers he's seen and kept it private. You know what? Master Yoda, if there's any time that if you're going to throw that out, I'm just going to say, Master Yoda, if you're going to toss that out there, I'm going to read it. You do have to come on, my man, because I'll tell you why. Otherwise, he's teasing me because he knows when he tosses that kind of shit out, I'm going to want to question him at least a little on it, right? Am I correct, Master Yoda? You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Am I right, LFA?
Yoda's always more than welcome to come on.
Yeah. Master Yoda, will you please come on so I could at least ask you a little about, I won't go too deeply, but you got me here right now before I go to Mexico in a couple of days for a while. But I do have to ask you, Master Yoda, I have a burning desire to I'm being told, I know you are, Master Yoda. That's why we want to hear your honesty. Wait, Master Yoda, if I thought you were bullshitting me, then I wouldn't want you to come on. But no, I know from down under. Yeah, I want to, you know me. I'm not going to ask, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions and you could always tell me to fuck off. But Master Yoda, please come on, be a good sport. I get excited when I hear this shit. Exactly. Adriana knows me. We have Master Yoda confessing, because how many masters and you know what, LFA, I want to just say one thing really quickly. I know a lot of people, you know what, I'm just going to make a point blank statement. He's operating in his zone. In other words, here's the joke for most of you guys. Even if he's paying for pussy, it doesn't matter to me. Everybody pays for it one way or another. Here's the joke. The joke is this dude's, in reality, he's banging women a little lower than I like if I'm going to pay for it. If I'm not going to pay for it. But here's my criteria. He's banging women that I wouldn't pay for. If I'm going to pay for it, they're going to be young, right? Like under 30 or something. But he's banging women that he likes to pay for the older ones. I figured, and I don't want to pay for the older ones. But my point is, it's like there's still, I bet 7s at least on my scale, let's say. So Master Yoda, will you agree? Don't you? In other words, here's the joke. He's at his age and he knows where his place is in society, whatever. He doesn't have a lot of status, money, whatever, looks, who knows whatever it is. But he knows, here's the joke. While guys like me are laughing, I don't laugh at him. I think it's great. While other guys laugh at him and stuff, I'm thinking, this guy, here's the reality. You know what the reality is, LFA and guys on here? And I want you to hear your interjection. I want to hear Master Yoda. He's fucking probably on the regular hotter chicks than anybody else on here. Me, LFA, any of these other dudes on here even, I bet.
Well, he's on
getting more
man, please.
Master Yoda,
sorry?
What's up?
Yeah, Master Yoda, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll just be brief because I've got to go somewhere. But sorry. Just the brief pornos that I recorded. It was on my iPhone, and obviously I kept it private, and it always will be private. But, and they didn't show their faces. No, I asked them first. you want to, do you agree to do it? And I said, yeah, then you're fine. They trusted me. So, and so just to answer your second question, Carrie, I prefer
Yeah.
older women because they're better in bed. Young women just trade on the back of their looks. See, a lot of guys fall into this trap. They see a hot-looking woman, regardless whether she's a civilian or a hooker, they think, oh, she's going to be good in bed. Not always. Sometimes the prettiest girls can be the worst in bed. Or, as we say in Australia, dead root. Sorry, root is Australian slang for having sex.
And let me ask you this, Master Yoda. Is my statement correct when I'm saying the kind of chicks you're fucking on the regular, and I don't care if you pay for it or not, like I said, my philosophy is everybody pays for it one way or another. The ones you're fucking on the regular, they're 7s or higher. You're not going to go pay for a chick. In other words, am I correct, Master Yoda? You don't pay for chicks that are 5s or 6s on the gen.
No, to be
Am I
honest,
right?
His opinion.
No, that's a subjective thing. So, like,
It is subjective.
the women that are who I think are attractive, you probably wouldn't think they're attractive. You probably say she's hit the wall because all the mature age, because I see they're age 45 and above, and it's not, some of them look very good for their ages, but no, it's a subjective thing. No, I've had sex with some unattractive, not so attractive hookers, but they were good in bed. They treated me nice in the room.
Okay,
so
but let's be. But you're not paying for a chick who's overweight. You're not paying. In other words, my point is this: if it's legal and you got to pay whatever, you're not going to necessarily go out. In other words, what I'm saying is, since it is legal, you can pay whatever your 150, 200, and still get a hot babe, a decent-looking older hot woman. You're not like forced to bang some chick who's 170, 80 pounds or something. You know what I'm saying? In other words, they're at least above average, right? Or else it just makes sense. Why would you pay for something that was average or below? You wouldn't have to pay for that, right? That would be, you know why? Let me make a point. That would be bad for his ego. If you're going to pay for it, guys, you don't want to pay for a chick who's just average looking. That's bad for your ego. Pay for a hot chick, at least. At least you can rationalize and say, I'm paying because she's super hot. Am I correct, Master Yoda?
Well, not really, and I'm not disagreeing with you for the sake of disagreeing with you. But once again, just because she's hot doesn't mean she's going to be good in bed. What's the point? You're with a hot chick and she's a dead root and she doesn't get into it. What's the point? I mean, sex is also a very psychological thing too. Like when I'm having sex with her, I want to see that she's enjoying it too.
Yeah, but I mean, according to your logic, then she could be 180, 200 pounds, and if she's great in fucking bed and sucks my dicky dick really good, I'm gonna want to fuck her. That's not true. Why would I want to? Why would I pay for that then? I could get that for free. I can get that for free.
That's up to you. Look, as I said, it's a subjective thing, and like the old saying goes, "What's one man's food is another man's poison." So.
No, but it sounds like you might be paying for shit that you could get for free, my man. In my opinion, if these chicks.
Hey, hold on. Kevin Minjivar says, what do you think about post-nut clarity immediately after coming? We are supremely disinterested and ready to move on. Is that just too animalistic? Are men supposed to be polygamous due to post? So here's the thing. When you hook up with a woman that you have no emotional attachment to, immediately after you're finished, you're ready to get her out the door or to put your clothes on and walk out the door, depending on what the situation is.
Yep.
But if you're with a girl that you actually like, then you're down just to chill in bed for the next fucking hour.
Cuddle.
Can I ask a good question? Then? Master Yoda, do you ever get post-nut clarity with these hookers you're with or not? I'm just curious.
That's a very good question because here's the thing about me, because I'm a tightwad. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It would probably be very easy and it might even be cheaper for me to bang a hooker sometimes than it would for me to go out on Saturday night and party. And after a few drinks, I don't really care. I'm just like, fuck yeah, let's fucking just, I'll buy whatever, right? And I can end up spending $500 and don't even realize it. So yeah, an escort would probably be cheaper in a lot of situations. But I think if I go out and I party, I'm drinking, I spend $200 at this bar, we go to another, I spend $200 there, and I go home, we have some more drinks, I smoke a little bit, I bang a hot chick, and afterwards I'm drunk, I partied, I had fun, there is no post nut clarity because there's no clarity because I'm fucked up, and
Yeah.
I end up passing out. I wake up and I'm like, shit.
Yeah, the
Okay,
hangover.
let's
right?
go to IHOP. Let's get some pancakes. You
Coyote
know, and
ugly.
that's just the way it goes. But with an escort in the post nut clarity, that would be a different situation because, you know, let's say I'm driving home from work and I'm like, and there's just like a whorehouse on the way, right? And I'm like, fuck yeah, I want to fuck some hot chicks. So I pull in there like Neil Patrick Harris in the movie Kumar and Omar or whatever. Harold and Kumar. Yeah. So I pull into like the whorehouse to brand their asses or whatever. No, if I walk in there and I fuck a hot chick and let's say I pay like $400 to fuck a hot chick, immediately after I'm done, I would walk out like, you fucking stupid. Like I'd be like smacking myself like, you dumb fuck. You just wasted $400. You could have just went home and jerked off, you dumbass. And that would be my rationale. So Master Yoda, what is your rationale?
Your experience, sir.
Well, no, most of the hookers I've been with, they give me a good service. Of course, look, they're probably faking it. I know there's no validation when you pay for it, but that's known upfront. But that's the beauty, that's the honesty of it. But I'm forced to pay for sex because I'm just too unattractive to attract civilians. But look, now that's life of my tough shit. So, yeah.
But do you get post nut clarity, like after nutting or whatever, you feel kind of like
He's an old
repelled or
pro.
like a sense of regret, or you know,
Fuck yeah.
like you shouldn't.
No, he doesn't. He sees the same one.
Wait, hold on. I'm asking Yoda. You don't feel that way ever?
Nah.
Oh, of course you do. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course you do. I mean, you say, oh, you what you know, there's a lack of validation. You know, I think even have a really good session, a sex session with a hooker. You know, in the back of my mind, yeah, she just did it for the money. I mean, if I met her as a civilian, she would reject me in a heartbeat. But you know, that's just just part of the deal.
For me, it's I get what you're saying because like when I traveled overseas in Europe, like I tried it twice with a couple of friends I was traveling with, and you know, back then I wasn't so experienced, and you know, I was just kind of like, wait, this is the hype, you know? And for me, it's much more satisfying when you get like a woman to come back with you, right?
Of course it is. Yes.
And you know, and that's someone that like will spend time with you, right? And you know, needless to say, I'm not gonna have an emotional connection with her, but it's like, hey, this is someone, you know, I talked to, got to know a little bit, brought her back, and you know, we're doing our thing. So to me, that's more satisfying. But hey, you know, for some people, it really is just easier.
Well, this is why I mean, I consider paying for escorts the same thing as like cold approaching and doing pickup artist shit and running game. And the reason why is because I've fucked girls that I've like approached and like spit game to, and you know, and had, you know, like where I legitimately had to like try to convince them to fuck me, you know, and I fucked women that way. And then I've had women that were throwing themselves at me and wanted to fuck me, and like they were obsessed with me. And I've seen the difference between a girl that really wants to fuck you and a girl that doesn't really give a shit about fucking you. And when a woman wants to fuck you, she fucks you like she wants to fuck you.
Yeah. And it's like you don't even have to ask, right? It's like you can just be hanging out and it'll just lead right to it. And you're just like, next thing you know, you have your clothes off and you're fucking drilling, right?
And and as somebody was saying a minute ago, a big part of sex is psychological. So if a woman really wants to fuck you, like if you're the guy she likes, that she's attracted to, that she wants to be with, the sex for her is going to be good because she's having an intimate encounter with the man that she wants to be with. You know what I'm saying? So that like sort of,
you're right.
Yeah. That sets the mood right. You could say.
Young Moses, unless you are really wealthy, you feel shame. Yeah, I mean, don't spend like half your paycheck on that shit, you know? I mean,
look, if I were like an NBA basketball player and I'm in different cities every day and like I have porn stars sliding in my DM, I would be fucking porn stars. And some of those porn stars, because they're all escorts, by the way, even the hottest porn stars, because of they're famous and because their value is higher than a normal escort, they'll probably charge like maybe like $10,000 or something. But the dudes that they're fucking are famous guys, like Hollywood actors, pro athletes, rappers, rock stars. And, you know, if you have that kind of money, it's like if you can fuck like 3 of the most top tier professional porn stars in the world. And it's like, okay, 30,000. I make that in like 30 minutes. Do you think I fucking like you would probably do it, right?
Yeah, that's what the princes and the like the people, the elites do in Dubai. Like they have all these like crazy sex parties.
Oh,
and these
yeah,
girls take trips out there, you know?
Not even in Dubai. Like Trump was busted for fucking porn stars. But the thing about him, it was like they tried to pull that shit on him, and he was just like it was like obviously. I mean, he's a billionaire. He was in Hollywood and all. Like, you don't think he fucks porn stars? I mean,
I
okay.
dabbled in the porn star escorts, and there's so many drugs around that whole scene, and they're hanging out in sketchy places. I'm just like, this can't be hot enough for me. Master Yoda, all respect to what you do, but I just wanted to run in the other direction of these. I want these people in my house, man. LFA, I just want to jump off. I only came on to say at the end of the year, thank you for what you do. I think it's really important. You're untangling the problems of these guys like week after week after week. So keep up your good work. I really, really respect it.
It's the Lord's
Appreciate
work.
that, man. Yeah,
Take care.
Thank you, Gay
Thanks for
Odyssey.
calling in. Good to have you in the chat too.
Look, gents, I need to bounce. Thanks for having me on, and you guys have a great Christmas.
So, Master Yoda, I have one more quick question. Master Yoda, one more quick question, please. I'm correct in saying you are probably, even with the ones you're paying for, even on a general scale, they're still attractive, and it's a consistent thing, and that's all a guy like you needs at a certain point. I mean, like, you don't necessarily need more than that. Am I correct in making that statement, that that's it?
It is what it is. Look, the ladies I see, they give me a very passionate, very good service. I treat them well, and they treat me well. So
there you go.
Well, before you leave,
they're happy.
No, but here's the point I'm making. Would you want, if these girls said to you, look, I'm falling in love with you, I want you as a boyfriend, would you even want these? Here's the question I'm asking you. If they wanted to be your girlfriend, not wife, but at least date you, go out with you and be girlfriend, boyfriend type situation, would you even want that with these women? If they said, you know, that's what I want, would you even be up for that with that woman, these type of women?
Probably not, but no, probably not. Because I mean,
smart choice.
Probably not. I mean, no, but it is what it is. Look, I got to bounce, guys.
Yeah, good to have you, man.
Christmas. Take care. Bye bye. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Master Yoda. Okay, so look, see, doesn't get more black pill. Even if you're into Ryan Gosling Jr. No, it doesn't get more black pill than that. Where a guy, you know what? And he made a point that I want to just follow up on, guys. He did say this. I'm going to paraphrase it. One or two times he was on last time. He said this. He goes, I'm going to paraphrase him. He goes, I don't know how you guys in the States do it. Like, since it's not legal, even though if you got half a brain, you could figure out how to do it like in 15 minutes, right? And pay $200, $300, right? But the thing is, he's right. It is not legal. So there are a lot of guys probably suffering. And I've always, in the United States, because it is not legal. And I think it should be for the guys that do want to pay for it. There's no shame to it. There's more shame to keeping it illegal and frustrating these guys. Can maybe some of you guys address that?
And honestly, like
exactly.
the places where it's illegal, it's not even enforced very strictly. Like, I know a lot of guys, like, even who live like on the same block as I do, like, they're doing the exact same shit that, like what Yoda's doing and like what other people are doing. Like, it's
so why not legalize it? Is what I'm saying. Just legalize it.
Well, here's the thing. They have pretty much everywhere you go, they have massage parlors that are doing that anyways.
Right. Yeah. I've been seeing tons of those.
And then there's like they used to have like Backpage on the internet. So it was illegal everywhere, but they had Backpage and there was all sorts of hookers on there. So yeah, it goes on, but there's always sting operations and there's always sketchy shit going on. So it's weird because it's like crime is a business. It's like an industry in and of itself. So like they have to get their money somehow. So if they have illegal like when there's illegal activity going on, that's just money in the pockets. Like that's like it's it's a good target for police officers. It's just something where they realize, okay, we can arrest people, we can make a lot of money, and that's the way it works. So they probably
exactly
are
what I
okay
wanted
with
to
letting
say.
a lot of it slip through the cracks, just
Okay.
because they get a lot of money on the back end anyways.
Exactly.
All right, but
That's what I wanted to lead into, because the reason why it's not legalized is because like they get funding for it. They create like these task force. They hire on more people, and when they bust these operations, like they like all the illegal funds that they've gathered that are on site, like they take that shit and they cycle it back to to like their department. They'll put it back to state. I mean, city,
Well, I mean,
whatever.
Yeah, and but I mean, speeding tickets are the same thing.
Right.
Like you're going to have people committing crimes, and when people get arrested, that person, they get indebted to the city or the state. They have to pay tens of thousands of dollars, or they go to jail, and when they get out, they pay tens of thousands of dollars. It's a big industry. I mean, that's pretty obvious. It's a big way that states fund themselves. So states with higher crime rates tend to have more money coming in.
Okay, but LFA, can I make a point real quick? If you look at the history, forget the world, let's just look at America. The history of America, even during our puritanical background and all this bullshit, if you look at any time in the history of America over the last 300 years that we had it so that it was difficult for the average guy to get laid, like during the cowboy times in the 1800s, if you think about it, those saloons were all brothels and shit, and it was all legal because they knew the guys had to get laid or they were going to go crazy, right? So it was legalized. So other than recently, if you think about it, and I could see why you wouldn't want to have legalized it 30, 40, 50 years ago because it was too easy to get a girlfriend then. But in today's world where it's hard for dudes to literally get a girlfriend just because of the way things are so unbalanced with hypergamy and the whole situation, I think now more than ever, it's like the Old West where you have to legalize it just to keep these guys from going complete batshit crazy. I mean, I can imagine being a dude who's got high T levels at 25 or 30 and you can't get laid one way or another, because you're not in the top 20% and you can't even pay for it unless you can still do it, but it's technically not legal. Can you address that? I think it's
they just watch porn.
Well, that's the problem. They're watching porn, here's what I'm saying. You made a good point. Porn is worse for you than if they actually paid to go to a hooker. And if you legalized it, guys I know that pay for sex, which I don't know a lot now.
Subject. We're done talking about hookers.
Sorry. Sorry, Master Yoda. All right.
So something I wanted to mention is, you mentioned earlier not dating somebody with a high body count. What do you guys consider a high body count?
I think 10 plus.
And then, I mean, is age a factor?
Yeah.
Yes.
So me personally, like I would want to be within my age range. I would say anyone older than 3 years. So I'm 28. My age cap, like someone that I would date like in a serious relationship would be 31, right? But and then for me, like the sweet spot is I would say 21 or 25. I've been with like girls who are 18, 19, and the maturity factor, like that's another thing. It's just not there with those young ones,
Yeah.
And it's just a headache, and it's like you kind of have to you're like walking on eggshells almost, but not in like like I'm really gonna fuck up. It's just like
that.
What's this girl all about,
Yeah, but finding a woman finding a woman that's 30 years old with a body count of under 10 in the United States, I mean, she guarantees she's not going to be very attractive.
Right. Or it's just that's true.
Yeah, if you want to date a chick that's above a 7 in looks, you're gonna have to deal with like a 40 or 50 body count, probably.
You think so?
Maybe not quite that high, but at least like 25.
20.
Okay, what about you, LFA? What's a high body count for you?
You never know the answer. So what I do is I gauge the girl's personality. If she seems like she has like she's unhinged, she's unstable, like emotionally unstable, mentally unstable, then I just assume that she's low quality. I don't even think of the body count. She probably has a high body count, but I don't even think of that. But if she's stable and, she seems like she has her wits about her, like she's somebody that can handle, that I can trust to be with, then I'll just assume she has a low body count.
Exactly.
But you'll never know the answer, and you should never ask either.
I suppose that's a good
That was
answer.
another
And, yeah, I'm
question.
kind of reconsidering my 10. My number 10, because for at my age, it's like, bro, any girl that's 28 having body count below 10, like that's super. At least here in the US, it's super rare.
I'll
For
just
me,
cope.
go ahead.
I'll just cope in my own head and just pretend like I took her virginity, as long as she's like normal and sane.
Yeah, for me, the 3 biggest red flags, and if any girl like checks off any of these 3, like I'm pretty much out. Is if she's like at any point says, "Where have all the good men gone?" Because like that's, there's a lot of baggage that comes with that. 2 is if she has like her like friend group who she hangs out with. If her friends are super promiscuous, chances are she's going to be very promiscuous. She's going to be going out. She's going to be turning up on girls' night out and whatnot. And 3rd one is relationship with like her family, particularly her dad. If she has a good relationship with her dad, it's a green flag. If she has a negative one or a non-existent one, it comes from a single mother household, red flag. And I mean, those aren't necessarily deal breakers, but for me, there most likely will be, depending on like how that manifests into her personality, into how she interacts with me and others.
True.
How many levels would you drop to be with the girl who's actually stable?
Well, okay, if I hear at any point where have all the good men gone, or any kind of like missing, or any like super like out of pocket misandry that's like very pronounced, then I can't deal with that. I'm sorry, because she's gonna weaponize that against me. If I mess up on some level, she's gonna turn that against me, and I can't have that. I want a partner, not a competitor, right? Or someone that's just gonna be a fucking burden. Like I don't want that shit. I think the relationship with her father, like or with her family, if it isn't very good, because I understand like some people come from dysfunctional families, but if she has like let's say like a strong male model that she can look up to, like maybe like an uncle or like a close like family friend, someone who is stable, someone who is something to aspire to for younger people, or just people like they're in general, right? Then I can kind of overlook that. Her friends, if she has like promiscuous friends but does not hang out with them as much, like if she starts seeing me, kind of cuts them off or chooses me over them, then I could probably overlook that. But yeah, for the first one, like if there's any kind of overt misandry, that's just something I can't overlook.
Well, if a woman is close to her father, she's going to be really hard to get.
Very true.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. And she's going to be traditional anyway and have a low body count, chances are.
Yeah.
Well, LFA, I want to make a point. People don't factor this in, but this is sort of important. Depending what type of guy you are, like how the women perceive you. Like I think you made a video not too long ago where you mentioned there are guys that women perceive as relationship type guys, whether those are beta guys or whatever. And then there's guys that are not relationship type guys. Well, bless you. So here's the thing. If you're perceived as a guy that is beta or not even beta.
Hold on. Before you get into that, I want to elaborate on what I meant by that before you go.
Yeah.
So it's not that they consider guys alphas and they just immediately want to fuck alphas, and they consider other guys betas and they want to be in relationships with those guys, but they don't want to fuck them. It's just that if a woman sees you as strictly a boy toy with no potential, and she can get drunk and use you as a human dildo, then she will. But if she perceives you as somebody that she does want to sleep with, but she also wants a relationship with, then it's like a wall gets built up, right? Because she has there's risk involved. So she has to move with caution. So it's a different situation, right? Whereas it's the same thing as if you see a bimbo at a bar that you have no interest in dating, but you're drunk and you're horny, you'll fuck her. And you don't even care how you perform. You don't care about any of it, right? You're just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna
my dick wet.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Whereas if you actually like a girl, then you move slower. You have a little bit more caution. Like you move a little bit smarter. And that's all I meant. So it's not about being alpha or a beta. It's about, does she like you, or does she just view you as somebody to smash and dash?
Okay, well let me elaborate on that then. I meant if a woman perceives a guy, forget this alpha beta shit, because I don't really even use that myself, because I think everybody's everything. But if a woman sees a dude for whatever reason and perceives him, and we know that here's the thing. We know the guys that come across that want relationships because they come across like they want a relationship, right? And we know the guys that don't want relationships because they typically come across like they don't want relationships, because guys usually don't lie, right? Here's my point. The guys, like in my case, I've always come across more as a relationship type guy. So here's my point. So I'm going to attract women that would be like my ex-wife or girlfriends that tend to be more relationship oriented. And those women usually have lower body counts by default because they're relationship type girls versus girls that are more slut oriented that wouldn't be attracted to me necessarily. I don't attract the slutty type necessarily. I mean, I just don't. So can you elaborate on that a little, where I don't even get? So I can kind of tell if a chick's got a low body count just based on if she's attracted to me. I don't get the women that are attracted to me by nature sort of aren't the slutty types. Can you elaborate, please? I don't get those. I wish I did. Wait, sluts.
Yeah.
Come one, come all. But elaborate on that. I don't get those type of sluts that would like. So by nature, wait. So it's like this: if a chick's attracted to me, usually I can kind of tell she doesn't have a super high body count, or she wouldn't be attracted to me. Yeah, makes sense. I don't know.
I don't know. That's I don't know. I don't know how.
No, here's my point. If a chick perceives, here's my point. If a chick perceives a guy as being some big Chad player, who does that typically attract? A chick who probably has a higher body count because she's not concerned that this guy's fucking a lot of women. Probably, you know what I'm saying? I think there's something to that.
No, you're right about that. Like if you're known as like a ladies' man, you're not usually going to attract the best quality of women. And this is where a lot of manosphere guys get it wrong. And I can usually tell if the manosphere guy is, if he's either A, grifting, B, just lying, or C, he's just inexperienced and doesn't know. But he's one of those whenever he denies that, when he thinks like having good game and being good with women and being a ladies' man and being a player and spinning plates and having a rotation of women makes you more attractive to women. Total bullshit. It causes good women to not want to be around you, but easy and trashy women to give it up quickly to you.
I'll tell you why.
And that's another thing is women talk, you know. So when you're known to do that, and you have like a roster or whatnot, like even the women who aren't like into that, they're not like easy, they're not down to go on some dudes or multiple dudes rosters, like they will hear from the women who are doing that, and they'll know to steer clear from you, at least in that way, and because I mean that's just one thing like I learned pretty early on when I was younger. It's like, yeah, women, they talk, and your reputation will be known, especially as a man, especially someone who is around these relationships a lot. Your reputation, what you say, what you do, how you act, it will be known.
Yeah.
You know what? And your reputation does get around out there, at least mine does. So like in my business and stuff like that, like I have to, you wonder, like, how did I last 15, 20 years in the business I'm in? Because I behaved myself over the years. I've done outlandish, crazy stuff over the years, but I've never done anything where I broke loyalty or anything with people. I've been working with the same people, some of them for 15 years. So in other words, you would wonder, like, how does even a clown like me survive 15 years, 20 years in different businesses? Because I'll tell you why. Loyalty. People, you know what it comes down to when you come to these relationships, whether it's boyfriend, girlfriend, or anything, people, at least with me, I want to know long-term people I've known 15, 20, 30 years. I can count on their asses. They're going to be loyal to me, because then I know they're not going to. Here's what it is, guys, with long-term friends. The longer you know people and the longer that person hasn't fucked you over, and then before you know it, you look around and you say, wow, I've known that person 30 years. We've never had big problems or whatever. You realize those are the people that you built a history with, and realize that's where it's all at with all these friendships and stuff. When I look back, it's all people that I have history with. That's what long-term friendships are all based on. And that's why these young guys today are lonely, LFA, and because they don't have friends, because a lot of them just never grew up in that environment like I did, where you just had that, it's just, I don't know. Everybody had big families. You just know a lot of people and had big family. I had a big family, a lot of relatives and shit. So I just know a lot of people. But it's, I don't know.
I mean, it's also the approach that you take with women, like depending on your objective with them, right? So it's like LFA said earlier, if it's a girl you want to be in a serious relationship with, you're gonna move a little slowly. You're gonna be more careful. You're not gonna act a fool. You're not gonna rush straight in. Because like that's you're giving the wrong impression, right? I think it's more common for let's say like if a guy and a girl get together like in a relationship, they were friends probably long before that ever happened, and then recently they started talking, they got closer. The guy started making his like feelings known more, but in a healthy like way that isn't too provocative, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if it's just girls that you just want to smash and dash, it's like whatever, you just go in there and say, oh, you talk to them, and the next thing you know, you're up in her room, or you take her back to your place, and bada bing, bada boom.
Well, I mean, I have interesting obviously I've been divorced 15 years, but I've had like 4 or 5 of my closest friends tend to be female, and some of them I have slept with, some I haven't, obviously, depending on the situation. But it's almost like, and most of my I travel with, because if I'm going to travel, if I'm not traveling by myself, I usually travel alone, or I usually travel with female friends over guy friends for some reason. It just works that way. And sometimes it's for work. But I notice like my female friends, for one thing, they're neater, but it's almost like, I don't know. I'm going to make a point. You know how they say women prefer guy friends? For some reason, as a guy, LFA, can you address this?
Well, how about hey, Christina,
I prefer female friends.
Christina, why don't instead of him trying to explain the female perspective, why don't you call in and explain us the female perspective?
Come on in.
Keep going, Carrie.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is, I actually am a guy that actually prefers, for some reason, maybe because my mom was my best friend before she passed away 67 years ago. So I've always had most of my, wife for a long time, girlfriend. So most of my friends tend to be, I mean, I have guy friends, but most of the people I am the closest to tend to be long-term, have been female friends for some reason. I don't know. Like, maybe we do need Christina to call up, because I prefer I prefer female friends over guy friends. I seem to get along better with females than women. I don't know why. What do you think of that, LFA? Does it mean I'm the wrong gender if I get along better with women, or I just
not that you can ask that, man.
No, but can you see why? Like when I'm traveling and stuff, women are easy. First of all, I'll tell you why I travel with women, because I'm an artist. I'm into going to museums. I'm into checking out stuff that chicks would check out, typically in a city, right? So, like, I'm the type of guy.
Killer man, Jesse Lee Peterson.
I do chick things. When I'm traveling, I do chick things. I go to art galleries and shit like that. It's just that's who I am.
Why you bring up Jesse Lee Peterson?
Oh no, because Christopher Withers said, "Mama's love will kill, man." I love that dude.
Jesse is the man, though.
He is. You're following the state episode. I've seen like the first 10 minutes, and then I what's it called? I had to catch the train, so like I was gonna not have service. But I want to watch the rest of that. I mean, I saw bits and pieces of it. It was so good, and I learned the origin of the name LFA, El Jefe.
Yeah.
All I hear is a bunch of people yapping over each other.
Why don't you turn that camera on and set them straight, Christina?
Yeah.
Tell us.
Should we go on the laptop?
Maybe. Whatever you would prefer. If you're on your phone, and you have trouble using the camera or whatever, then maybe you want to switch to the laptop. But it doesn't matter. Whatever you're comfortable with. You're coming in clear. You're good.
Go, babe. You're on.
You're on.
Yeah, but I came in clear and I literally just heard you echo like for the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, Carrie, what was your question, or what were you saying? And
I was tripping out.
you know, you were asking something that had to do with the female's perspective, and so she came on to.
No, I just was saying, like, you know how women will say they prefer guy friends over other women.
Damn it! Now I gotta go.
Like even Christina, she prefers guy friends over women friends. I prefer women friends over guy friends. I'm the reverse. Like for some reason,
I prefer dude friends. I'd prefer dude friends, but 100% of the people I have sex with are females.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm friends with both, but I'm just saying, like the people I tend to travel with. When I was younger, it was guys, my brothers and stuff, friends. But now I just prefer to travel with women because, like, do more shit that women
I like to do. I like to, and if you haven't hung out with your dude friends in a while, I'm telling you, if you link up with like one of your old high school buddies and you're watching some football at Buffalo Wild Wings or whatever, and then you talk to some girl, like first you're talking to your friend, watching football, shooting the shit, laughing, making jokes, and then like 2 hours into it, you start talking to some girls. Then you take the girls home and you fuck them. That's a good night. But you got to have your dude friends too. You got to have your dude friends.
Yeah, they got to, and you have to take the initiative too. Like when you're out there, like at the bar, you have to go up to the girls who are at, either at a different table or at a bar, and you have your own table and be like, hey, come over, sit with us, watch the game with us. Let's chop it up. I mean,
yeah,
and that's how you get like the most memorable moments. I mean, this is something I do all the time when I'm traveling. Not like
Christina, why do you like having male friends instead of female friends?
Because females fucking annoy me.
I've noticed that we've had when we have Sarah on, you get pretty annoyed pretty quickly.
Yeah, why do women annoy you? Because nobody really annoys me. I don't like when I say my guy friends don't annoy me. Obviously, I have guy friends, but I'm just saying I do have.
I just fuck it up better.
You just women just annoy you.
From what I've heard from one of my friends who has a lot of guy friends rather, she just said girls are a lot of drama, and there's a lot more like baggage and kind of things that you have to take into account more, right? Than you do with guy friends. Because like most men, like we're pretty loose, You
know what I think?
Laid back.
You know what I think it is? I think women like to be pedestalized, and when there's one female hanging out with a group of let's say there's like 5 dudes that are all good friends and there's one girl that hangs out with the group, she gets pedestalized. Like all the guys get crushes on her. All the guys want to be with her. And she's just pedestalized, but if you switch it around and there's like 3 girls and 3 dudes, then, no woman's pedestalized because the wealth is being spread around.
Right. Or even if one is, and she shows clear interest in one guy over the others, then like the 2 other men will like quickly move on to like one of the other girls, right? Until everyone's happy.
Yeah. Elephant, can I make a point real quick?
Sure.
As I get older, let you figure this out. Check this out. As I get older, I made a video about this. Elephant.
Holy fuck, that's loud.
Let you figure that out. Let me just say, what the video I made was? It's going to sound weird because I was thinking, like, most of my women friends are not super emotional because they're over 50, so they're all like past menopause, and you know what I'm saying? So they're that era more. I was thinking this. Never in my life until actually recently did I think that most of the women I could be dating or putting my head between their legs and all this shit, they could, the young ones now are going to be like 50, 55 even. You know what I'm saying? When you think about it, here's my point. Guys, as you get older, this is good. And LFA, can you address this weird concept? Like, I guess what I'm saying is, as I approach, get mid 60s and you get older, you start realizing that, you know what, LFA? And I want your opinions on this. I'm going to be eating 55, 60-year-old vajay. Obviously, they're going to be hot, cute, but I'm going to be eating 55, 60-year-old vajay out just because that's what's going to be young to me in 5 years. You know what I'm saying? The older I get, like, in other words, at a certain point, a chick who's 70 is going to appear young to me. A chick who's, you know what? When I'm 90, a chick who's 80 is going to be young to me. See what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? So as long as you keep that spread of 10, 15 years, you could still be an older dude and still banging some hot 70-year-old or something. Can you address that, LFA? I don't think a lot of guys realize that.
If you're an older dude, you can still bang younger girls.
Well, what I'm saying is, as I get older, think about it. Let's say when I'm 70, which I'm not, obviously, a woman who's, here's my point. When I'm 70, a woman who's 52, 53 could technically be my daughter if I had her at 18, right? So now a woman who's 52, 53, which when I was in my 50s, I would have perceived her as being old. Now she's 18 years younger than me. So in other words, when I'm 80, you don't think, I guess here's the reality. When I'm 80, I'm a horny old guy. I'm going to probably have my head between some chick lady who's 65, 70, or something like that. That's just how it's going to be. It's obviously, yeah, if I want to pay for it, I could get a 25, 30-year-old, but I'm not going to want that kind of relationship. Can you elaborate on that? So what I'm saying is, Master Yoda, if you're listening, there's hope for everybody, because here's the hope. Master Yoda, when you hit 80, you should be defined. Here's the point I'm making. When Master Yoda is 80, he should be defined some 65 or 70-year-old that'll fuck him for free.
Hey,
Can
Christina,
you guys address that?
Christina.
Can you address that?
Christina.
That's unwind some of that. Please unwind that.
Would you date a 70-year-old man?
Me?
Yeah.
You trying to pay some bills?
If she was 55, or 60, she would. You've got to say it that way. If you were 55 or 60.
Christina, would you date a 60-year-old man?
You got to put in perspective. You can't ask a 38-year-old if you're going to date a 70-year-old. Would you date me, Christina? That's the question. That's what he's really trying to ask. That's what he's fucking asking. Would she date my old ass? Probably she would. Nah. I friend zoned her. I wouldn't.
Would I date Gary, for example? No.
She would have my baby, though. She would say, okay, this is a guy who's, yeah, I'd have his kid. Wait, here's what she'd do. She'd want my seed and want my, she wants my seed and my child. She just doesn't want me as the husband or father. Right, Christina?
Ew, shut the fuck up.
There you
Have
go.
another fucking beer.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about, man.
Have another beer.
I kind of lost focus.
Thank you. Okay. Hey, why don't you have another freaking 45 case?
45. What?
I'm having one right now.
I don't drink, but I got some of that sparkling water.
Liked the video.
It means I'm rich, right? I'm rolling in it. According to some motherfucker.
Subscribe to the channel.
Everything is so laid back.
Subscribe to LFA, guys.
Yeah.
LFA, do you see the point I'm making? Like when Master Yoda is like 75 years old, I don't see why a 75-year-old man is going to have to pay a woman, I don't care what she fucking looks like, and it doesn't sound like he's banging stunners, but can you explain to me how a 75-year-old man would still have to pay a 60, 65-year-old woman to have sex with him? It just breaks, to me that breaks, if anything, if I'm a 70-year-old dude and some 60-year-old woman wants to have sex with me, I'm going to charge her fucking rear end to have sex with me. I'm not just going to, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand why when he's 70 or even at a certain, here's the point I'm making, and maybe you can address it a little bit. At a certain point, guys, hookers are nice, you pay for it and shit, but you reach a point where it's not even about pride. It's just, if I'm a 70-year-old dude, and if a chick is, even if she's 55 or 60, I'm not going to pay for that. I don't give a fuck. In other words, it's just, at a certain point, I think Master Yoda is going to reach when he's like 70, 75. He's going to realize he can fuck a chick for free for 65 without having to pay her old ass.
He can
Please elaborate on that.
He's going to realize he can fuck with his dick for 65.
No, the reality is you don't pay 60-year-old women to have sex with you. I mean, I don't
think many people do that anyway, Corey. Corey, I do not think many people do that.
Hey, Christina, why is it so dark in your area there?
Yeah, what you doing?
I don't want to be on live.
Well, turn off the camera then.
I don't believe people should stare at me right now because I'm really tripping out.
What are you tripping out
Did
about?
you get like a DMT card or something? What'd you do?
A what?
Huh?
Did somebody mention DMT?
I did. I said you hit a DMT card because you said you're tripping out.
No.
When I hear tripping out, that's usually what I think.
What's that?
Yeah, they have those like cartridges now.
I don't know. Maybe I'll be back. Keep cooking.
All right.
I'm pretty sure the video's going to end up probably
Hey, what's going on, man?
so I don't need to be there anyways.
Okay. Peace out.
Where'd she go?
Bye.
Bye, beautiful Christina. Farewell, my dear. It's always good to hear from her because
she's cool peeps.
She makes some good. You know what? When they say where are all the good women at, there's a good woman for some guy. I'm not just
There's
saying
a
that.
good one right there.
No, I mean you can
I like
tell
this
she's. Here's my point, guys. Listen up. Like someone like that.
I like this one.
Like her, she's not going to cheat on you if she's married to you or any of that shit. I mean, I could probably, just based on knowing her, she doesn't seem like, see, that's what I'm saying. She's not the type that's going to go cheat on the boyfriend and any of that stuff. See, that's where I could tell right there. Someone like that, you could tell.
Yeah.
If you really know people and stuff, you could tell. Like, I'm telling you, it's. See, I can tell. Wait, I'm the perfect one to be able to tell. You know what? I am pretty good. Like, usually I could tell if a guy's wife's going to cheat on him and stuff. And I'm pretty much, when I look at my friends and stuff like that, my batting average is like 100% or whatever, 1,000%. I'm not wrong with anybody. The only person I've not really been wrong with anybody.
So you hyper-analyze them? Like you hyper-observe them?
No, I just know it's like I know, like, I don't know. I just can tell. I'm good. You know what? I can tell if a guy's wife's cheating on, I mean, I could just tell. I have a good sixth sense for that. If people are cheating on each other in relationships and I'm around them enough, yeah, I can tell because I'm friends with them. That's why. That's what it is. If I'm friends with people long enough, either they'll tell me one of them but I don't know. I don't have weird people like that.
Yes.
I got boring people I know that don't cheat on. You know what? Most of my friends are. I'm the least boring. I'm the most crazy one. Everybody else, everybody I know is pretty vanilla, I guess. Just boring people. When it comes to that kind of shit, like the guys I know, they're not tying their wives up and spanking them and doing shit like that. I just know it,
So I have a new topic to bring up. When how does this how does dating change when you're retaining? Let's go.
How does dating change when you're retaining?
Yes.
Well,
let's say you're 1 month in or 3 months in, 1 to 3 months in.
Well, you become how do I put this? When you are not retaining, you're sort of like I don't know, you don't have that elevated level of awareness, or it's
Don't
like
consider the more important things, right?
Yeah. But when you are retaining, it's very natural. It's hard to explain, but it's very natural. Like let's say you've got a woman that you've been talking to, or let's say there's a woman at I don't know, some chick at the gym that you see around but you don't talk to that much. When you're retaining, it will be like second nature for you to just to be talking to her, start a conversation with her, have a deep conversation with her. The two of you be engaged with each other. She likes you, you like her, you just make shit happen. Whereas when you're not retaining, a lot of times, like it's just, I don't know, you just don't have that certain level. Like it's not there.
It's forced, right? The interaction is forced. When you
Yeah.
are retaining, like it just flows, right? You kind of ebb and flow with the events of life and, just the kind of vibe you feel with someone. Whereas if you're not, it's like forced.
Well,
like
the
you
look
gotta
on your
think
face.
about
So like when you're not retaining, the look on your face is like, when you are retaining, the look on your face is like, so it's like you're looking at like the way you're looking at women. It's like the look in your eyes is like, and you see this with all the dudes making the semen retention videos. They're like,
it's true.
I am on day 72 semen retention. The look on their face, you can see it. It's like, holy shit, their serotonin is so fucking high right now. Their testosterone is so fucking high right now. Like they just feel confident, excited, and happy and passionate about life. So when you're in that sort of like when you're in that mindset, then of course, imagine you're having a conversation with a woman and she's looking at you with this facial expression. You're like, this girl doesn't want to talk to me, and you're just like, I don't even know what to say because this girl's vibe is totally fucked. But imagine she's looking at you like she's got like,
yeah. And when you're retaining, that happens.
And she's excited about looking at you, passionately looking at you while you're talking. Then you're like, okay, I think this girl likes me. And when dudes are retaining, they always have that look on their face. The serotonin is so high. It's like you're on ecstasy.
Yeah,
it's the truth.
Much. Yeah.
And, a lot of people, there's a lot of guys out there that say, well, semen retention is total bullshit. Yeah. If you're one of those guys that says like, those semen retention guys say they can see through walls and they can fly and they have these superpowers. And it's like, yeah, nobody's saying that shit is true.
And if they are, it's a meme,
Yeah, it is a meme. It's a joke. But the truth of the matter is when dudes are retaining, they have higher testosterone, higher serotonin, higher dopamine levels, higher energy levels, better mood, more mental clarity, more confidence, bigger, stronger, faster. They need less sleep. They're more productive. And there's just a lot of benefits that are tried and true. So when you add those benefits, when you're experiencing those benefits, not only are you going to be better with women, you're going to be more efficient at work. You're going to get stronger at the gym. You're probably going to burn fat quicker because your testosterone's higher.
Your focus is going to be much sharper,
Yeah, there's just a lot of benefits that do come along with it. And the guys that talk shit about it have likely never tried it. They've probably jerked off to internet porn at least 5 days a week since they were 13 years old.
Yeah, and
they've never
times a day too.
Yeah, and they've just never snapped out of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because for me, like 2 years ago, when I started, well, it was like about like a year and a half, 2 years ago, when I started trying it in smaller increments. I'd go like a week, and then crumble, or they go like 2 weeks, and so on.
Hold on.
Yeah, now I'm.
This is like the common argument against it. He says, I do it sometimes, but a lot of the myths are bullshit. Okay, Doug, 100% of myths are bullshit, but we're not saying that the myths are true, like flying and seeing through walls.
Or
but
levitating.
we're saying, the actual biological changes, higher testosterone, higher serotonin, that's enough right there. Just those two. I mean, there's guys that there's health nuts out there that focus on, their diet, their training, their supplements they take. It's all geared towards trying to figure out how to get a little bit of a boost in testosterone. This actually gives you one.
Yeah, there's a reason why athletes do it, and certain military programs, they'll make that as part of their training, where you cannot bust a nut while you're training with us, right?
Yeah, I've seen that happen with Russians and Germans and stuff back in the old days. Neo Starling, what's up, dude?
Hey, how's it going, guys? LFA,
Good,
that
Neo.
intro you played was hilarious. That's actually the first intro I made for YouTube, and it was when I was doing wrestling reviews back in the day.
I'm gonna play it really quick.
Yes, please. I missed it.
Just because it's kind of long, but his is in the middle of it.
All good.
It's a 10-second skit in the middle of it. Hold on.
Let's go.
Wrong one. Hold on.
What? That was really rude. Leading on Claire while you're obviously jonesing for Kiki.
Kiki?
The man's best friend.
That's not true. I come in here every night at the same time to see Claire.
It's too bad, because you just blew it.
I think I don't know that.
Dean, could you do me a favor and help me wash my back?
Here.
Thanks, but I prefer the real thing. Care to join me?
In there? Now?
I am internet dating, and I'm not getting any hits on my profile site. I don't know how. Do you have any suggestions on how to spruce up my page, my profile? What should I do?
What gives you an advantage on the internet over other venues is that you can lie about yourself. So get rid of that picture and substitute, I don't know, maybe George Clooney.
I am Neo Starling. And if you weren't sure before, now you are.
Oh my God, I can't believe I ever made that. You know what's funny? At the very end, where it starts getting all crazy, that was like a tribute to Bray Wyatt. Rest in peace, man. I always liked his intro where it would kind of just spaz out towards the end. So I was trying to do something like that, but that's when I was really bad at editing. I'm a lot better at that now. And that was, I think, back in 2016, I did that. Anyway, I actually wanted to address the question about semen retention when you're in a relationship. So the short answer to that is you can't really retain when you're in a relationship.
No,
because unless you have that situation with your girlfriend where you're seeing her once a week or whatever, once or twice a week, and you could probably retain during the week. And then when you see her, you go balls to the wall and just unleash all your manhood on her and whatnot.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yeah. Just to elaborate on that. And that's the thing, because most guys, and one of my best friends back probably close to 10 years ago, his girlfriend and my girlfriend were really good friends. He and I were really good friends. And there would be times when maybe he would be gone, and, me and my girlfriend would be hanging out, and she would be around, his girlfriend would be around. And she would say that their sex life was terrible because he was a porn addict. And that's a real thing. There's a lot of dudes out there that are heavily addicted to porn. And sure, they might have good jobs. They might be able to get decent girlfriends, but their porn addiction fucks up their sex life with their girlfriend because they would rather watch porn because you get freakier and weirder and harder dopamine hits from porn than you do from banging the same chick that you've been with for the last 3 years. So, you know, he would basically he would fuck her like once a month, but he would watch porn maybe like 2 or 3 times a day. You know what I mean? So their relationship was fucked because of it. So realistically, you know, adults, depending on whether you have kids or not, or how busy you are, or what your lifestyle is like and what kind of schedules you work at work, you might not be able to have sex every day. It might be like once a week, even if you live with your girlfriend or wife. Adult life is like that, right?
Yeah.
But if you're retaining and you're not fucking any other women, you're not watching porn, and you view your girlfriend or your wife as the outlet that you use to have your orgasm, and she's the only one, the only thing, then you're going to have a good sex life because of that. Because you're going to be extremely excited, and you know, you're going to be passionate about fucking her, right? So you're going to make sure that the relationship's going well, so that keeps happening.
I agree with that, actually, LFA. I think it's really important for a lot of people to realize, especially when you have like a living girlfriend, or as other people like to say, in-house pussy, right? If you have something like that, for me, example, I'm 40 years old now, right? I don't like having sex with my girlfriend every day. I wouldn't be able to do that because it gets boring. You know, after a while, you're desensitizing yourself, even if it's not pornography. It's almost like clocking into a job every single day. You know, you start to slowly desensitize the feeling that you have every time you have sex, and then it becomes you just clocking in. I've never been a fan of that. For me, it's like we have sex a couple of times a week, and it's always really good when we do it, you know, because we're not doing it all the time. You know, I don't have like dust coming out of me, and I actually do value and enjoy the experience more when we actually have it. Now, if you're having sex with other girls, you know, that's a different story. But let's face it, the majority of people aren't. The average man is not hooking up with like multiple women weekly or monthly.
No.
So if you're a man and you have a girlfriend, you definitely can have some value from self-retaining and not doing it every day with your partner.
Yeah, 100%. And I see Doug in the chat who's very critical of retention. And so we have somebody like Garth who says he does semen retention, and he says it works wonders for him. And then Doug's response is something like this: people hear shit on YouTube and take it as gospel. But here's the thing. You have somebody legitimately explaining the benefits that they get. They're not saying that they watched it in a video. They're saying they do it and they're getting these benefits. And your only response is a straw man of, well, you only saw it on YouTube, and that's why, you know, it's like, no, he's legitimately saying that he gets benefits. And then say, what kind of wonders? We've literally spent the last 20 minutes talking about the benefits. We don't have to keep saying them.
I think the most important benefit that you get out of it, it's not whether your sex drive increases or, you know, you become more attractive or your skin gets better. I think your discipline is probably the greatest benefit. You know, just knowing that you could retain from doing something that when, you know, you're in private, no one's going to watch you, nobody really cares, you know, you could just do it and it feels good. I think suppressing that dopamine rush that you get every time you do it holds value in your own personal life, because it shows that in your regular life, if you have discipline to not like whack off every day, you're going to have time to do other things with your day. And you're also going to have discipline for things like dieting. You know, maybe you don't want to eat
that's the only option, you know, because when you're not doing that, like, you're gonna have to keep yourself busy. You know, the saying, idle hands are the devil's playground.
Yeah,
100%. I mean, it's true. I mean, it's I mean, I've experienced it, millions of other millions of
we
other
all
people
have
experienced. Yeah, of course.
Dude, the first time, listen, the full disclosure, the first time I had a studio apartment way back in the day. The first time I got that apartment, I lived by myself. I went nuts, bro. I mean, like, I spent hours doing it, and it was extremely depressing. By the end of it, I told myself, damn, I gotta like do something with my life. You know, now granted, I was a lot younger, but yeah, when you're by yourself, the devil definitely possesses you.
Oh yeah.
No, yeah,
sure.
100%. Anybody with a phone, with a laptop, with a computer, with a smart TV, you have access to unlimited free hardcore porn. If you live by yourself, everybody, males and females, everybody has gone down that rabbit hole and had at least a short-term addiction at some point. And you don't call it an addiction because, you just think, well, I'm just sitting at home and doing this and nobody knows about it, so it's not an addiction, but it is. And anybody that's truly honest with themselves, they know for a fact that if you whack it to internet porn before you go to work, you're substantially less productive than if you didn't. If you whack off to internet porn before you go to the nightclub, your chances of getting laid have went down substantially because you're not as aggressive. Your testosterone is not as high. Mm-hmm. You're not that raging bull that you might have been. And you can say, yeah, I'm still a raging bull. Okay, yeah, you're 50% of the raging bull that you would have been had you not.
I mean, I think you're 100% not the raging bull. If you whack off before the club, you're not even going to want to go, to be perfectly honest.
Usually, yeah.
True. Yeah, true.
Yeah, because that desire is going to die out. One of the biggest things that moves us as men is the fact that, oh, go ahead, LFA, read that super chat.
Yeah, Kraken Lacken is one of tonight's sponsors. He's actually tied for the highest sponsor of the night. So Kraken Lacken, always a good guest, a good dude to have in the chat. And he's from Steve the Dean Williams community too. So shout out to Steve the Dean Williams. That's Steve the Dean is an OG. Kraken Lacken's always over there shooting the shit in that chat. Anyways, keep going, Neo Starling.
Yeah, so, a lot of what drives us as men is that built up sexual energy that we have. And when we don't utilize it on a napkin or on a freaking, pair of underwear or whatever, we can transmutate that energy and make it into something productive. That's why your gains are stronger at the gym. If you don't like whack off before you go to the gym, or when you do talk to a girl, you have a stronger erection.
Yeah, I want to elaborate on that sexual transmutation that you're talking about there too, as well. So when you go to the gym, okay, so let's say I go to the gym in the mornings, and if I were to either whack off or have sex before I go to the gym, when I go to the gym, I'll still go, but I'm not really into it. Like something's off about it. I'm not really feeling the pump. I get through my workout and it's like, I'm looking around and and there's, we got all these girls around and shit. And I'm all like chest puffed out, chin up, like looking at the girls and I'm talking to them and I've got this masculine vigor about me, but I'm kind of just sitting there by myself and I'm working out. It's just not really a good experience. But had I not had sex or, watched the porn or whatever before I went in there, then yeah, I'd walk into the gym all fucking pumped up, feeling like the fucking Terminator, looking around, all these hot girls that I think, and in my head, I'm like, masculine vigor is high as fuck. And I'm thinking, yeah, I can hook up with these girls. They like me. They're attracted to me. Everything's good, and that's the vibe that I have. So I get a good pump, good workout. And that's the sexual transmutation. When I look around, I've got all these hot chicks and I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm about to bench 315. And it's like, these hot chicks are helping me out.
Definitely motivation.
Yeah, 100%. Like, okay, just an example. Sexual transmutation is something everybody is aware of. And your fathers and grandfathers and great grandfathers were aware of it too. When I was in high school, my football coach, he was I don't know, he was an experienced dude. He played in the NFL, actually won a Super Bowl ring, and he was like this big time dude, right? And he had this thing that he had learned from being in the NFL and playing college ball and all that, where in order to help, our maxes get up, our squats, deadlifts, and bench presses, on the days when we were supposed to max out, he would have each individual football player come into the weight room, and it would be just him, one football player, and the whole entire cheerleading squad in there cheering you on while you're benching or squatting, screaming your name. Like they had their own cheer designated with your name in it. Wow. And I mean, it was borderline like perverted, right? But he understood the sexual transmutation. Like your testosterone was about to be high as fuck. You're thinking he knows damn well you're thinking of fucking all these cheerleaders, and that energy boost.
And they probably know too.
Yeah. That energy boost that you get from, and women like to be pedestalized in that way. when they know that their femininity is boosting your masculinity, that's a good thing, right?
Or it's enticing someone or enticing another guy. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a real fucking thing. And if you were to jerk off to internet porn 30 minutes before you walk into that room, all of a sudden these cheerleaders are like, so yeah, what the fuck's going on here?
No,
what are all these bitches doing here?
I agree.
I've already seen this shit earlier.
I have a sexual transmutation story. So when I was 16, I was in Dominican Republic, and they had this sort of like makeshift gym. It was in somebody's like backyard or whatever. So I was bench pressing, and my cousin and some of our friends were around us, and they were spiriting me on, and I couldn't do it. I was really weak back then. I didn't have any like real strength. So I'm trying to bench, and I did a few, and then I couldn't get it up anymore. Right. And then after that, this girl that I had a huge crush on, she walked in. And she was like, "Oh, hey guys." And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I had this like savage mode boost, and I did like 5 more reps. Yeah. And one of the guys was like, "Oh, después que ella entró, ahora le dio fuerza," like telling me I suddenly got stronger because, the girl walked in, like, they
Ahora tienen ganas, ¿no? Ahora tienen ganas.
No, but it was really cool because that was like one of the moments where I realized, damn, like the motivation that we get just from women existing in our presence, it's kind of amazing, like what we can actually do, what we're capable of, rather, when we have them around.
It's why we need each other, right?
Yeah. When I was earlier, I was talking about working at this factory that I had worked at when I was like 19 years old. They had given me a shot to be the supervisor, like I was like an intern supervisor for a little while, and I did a really good job. And they extended my supervisor position and allowed it to be a permanent thing. And the secret to why the production was so high is I would put the young alpha bull type, the young studs on the same, like if we had a priority job that needed out, I would put, all the young and able dudes with the hottest girls in the company. I would put the hottest girls there so all the young and able dudes would be like showing out and showing off how hard of workers they are. And I would do it intentionally. And it was blatantly obvious. It was like, yeah, this is how it's going to go. And, men, when they're around hot chicks, they like to show off, they perform better. The testosterone's higher, it's just the way it is. And semen retention intensifies that experience for you as a man. So why not take advantage of it?
Yeah.
We got another super chat.
Another one. We got Stephen Gilbert up in the house. He's a channel member and $10. That's the highest donation of the night. So he's the stream sponsor of the night. He says, "New leader, suckers, retain or give that kitty a black eye." Damn right. That's exactly what it's about. So, and look, there's, it's kind of a juvenile topic to discuss, but honestly, dudes shouldn't be touching themselves. They shouldn't be sitting around touching themselves. You should save that for the ladies. So
I disagree, LFA. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't think it's a juvenile discussion. I think this is practical information that a lot of men don't have, like the most simple things. You'd be surprised that we don't, now us specifically, but there are a lot of men that will watch your channel, a lot of young dudes or that are watching other channels, just discovering themselves for the first time. And they don't get a lot of support on these things. And a lot of people don't talk to them about it, especially if they come from like a single mother household. Like their mom, let's face it, their mom's not going to tell them how their dick works. You know what I mean? So having people that they can like talk to and hear it from, I don't really think it's juvenile.
Yeah.
True.
And plus, they're actively what's it called? Persuaded against it too.
Yeah. That is weird. Like porn and stuff is promoted, but that's a whole different deal. Well, we've these last couple of weeks, we watched a couple of doomer videos, of guys who are like, 30 years old, no girlfriend, virgins maybe, or, like no prospects for women in their lives. And that's something that those guys leave out of the video. Maybe they're not secure enough to talk about it, or they just, they don't want to put their business out there. But I can almost guarantee by looking at those guys, they're addicted to porn, right? If it's a dude that's 32 years old and he's a virgin and, never had a girlfriend, no prospects, 100%. With free porn, yes, he's got to be addicted to it.
Yeah,
no question.
And like also what follows after that. It's like, he's got a porn addiction. He probably has a sloppy ass room. He drives the hoopty from high school.
Right, but yeah,
the way he dresses,
That's the snowball effect of it, because it starts with like losing your motivation by jerking off to the internet porn. Now, okay, because why do you clean your room? Why do you want a good job? Why do you want a good physique? Why do you want why do you want to improve yourself so much? It's because you want to look good for the opposite sex. That's how we're hardwired to do it. Right. So if you wake up in the morning, first thing you do is you watch porn and you jerk off, that motivation's gone. Mm-hmm. So all of that stuff that you would have done had you not done that, you don't do it. And, and that's the thing. That's why a lot of guys, when they find out about no fap or semen retention, it becomes their lifestyle. Like they're extremely passionate about it. And that's a good thing, because they've never experienced what life was like without that porn addiction.
Mm-hmm.
They've never had, they never experienced life actually being motivated, having high testosterone, being
having
confident.
The confidence. Yeah. Having the confidence to go out and just either clubs or whatever, and then have the opportunity, Yeah. I mean, just the other day, like I went out, I was, cause I'm a good dancer. Like I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do none of that. But when I go to clubs, like I dance and I get down. I've been dancing for like 8 years. And even though I'm a bigger guy, like I know how to move. And that gives off, like that emanates confidence on my end, right?
Yeah.
And whenever I do that, like women like just start coming up to like me and they want to dance too. Or like other groups come like, oh shit, this guy's on the move, he's cool, whatever, And like my opportunities are like plentiful. Like just the other day, like there was this one girl I was dancing with, and we started making out, and then she said, "Oh, I've got a boyfriend. I probably shouldn't be doing this." I'm like, "Yeah, you probably shouldn't." But we really crossed that line. She's like, "Yeah, but I don't know when he's coming back." I'm like, "Okay, whatever."
Yeah. But... No, yeah, and a big thing, and I want to like kind of make this point too. It's not that you have a magical aura about you when you're retaining. It's not some magical superpower. It's just the difference between, I'm going to create a hypothetical story here, but let's say there's a cute girl that works at the grocery store that I go to every week, right? So if I were to get laid right before I go in there, or if I were to beat off to internet porn right before I go in there, I'm not going to speak to her. I might speak to her like hi and bye, but that's pretty much going to be it, because I'm just not in a mode where I feel like a man that wants to engage with a woman. I've already accomplished that for the night, right? My brain thinks I've already accomplished that. Whereas if I don't do that, or if I'm on retention, this is where retention comes into play. If I've been retaining for like 2 weeks, I'm going to go straight up to that girl. I'm going to be like, it's not even a cold approach. It's just, I haven't seen this girl in a few days. I'm going to go fucking talk to her. I'm going to engage. I'm going to say interesting shit. It's going to be a good encounter. She's going to give me her phone number. I'm going to give her mine, and boom, it's just going to happen. But you don't, it just doesn't happen that easily when you are, you're
depleted Coomer,
frequently busting nuts, because you're just depleted.
Yeah, depleted Coomer, like you said in one of your older videos. I've been using that term. That's stuck in my vocabulary.
A depleted Coomer.
It's accurate. It's the truth.
You know what? Actually, what you said was really telling about the dancing. I've always considered that like a function, right? Like something that you're good at doing can inadvertently bring others towards you, because you have this energy, this aura to you. I resonated when you said that, because that's sort of what happens when I do karaoke. I'll do karaoke, and then all of a sudden, all these girls will like start like side-eyeing me. Like that Elvis song, "Can't Help Falling in Love with You," has gotten me laid like at least 6 times. You know what I mean? Just doing that song, and then that song will get the attention of like a particular girl. So I think it's important that you take, to tie it into retention, right? I think it's important that you take that energy that you're balling up, and if you're going to transmute it into something, make it into a function, something that you want to practice and get good at. If you're not a singer, if you're not a dancer, maybe you're a good cook, or you're really good at talking, you're a good public speaker. And when you improve these practical skills that help you throughout the course of your life, you're going to inadvertently, it's like a tertiary effect. You're going to get the attention of women just from existing in your own, because there's a power to you, the man, knowing that you're good at something and knowing that you could perform at a high level. It's something that attracts them to you.
For sure.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. I can't dance for shit.
Hey, come on, you're Dominican. Well, you said you're Dominican, right?
Yeah, but I
Hey,
can dance
come on, dude.
bachata, and I think that's about it.
Hey, at least you can do that, because there's people who can't even do that.
Dancing has never been like what gets the attention. It's always like, you know, oh, you can sing pretty good. Oh, you know.
That's good. Hey, I'm gonna try that next time. The Elvis song. I'm gonna, because I can sing too. Like, I'm not like amazing, but I'm good. I'll just say I'm good. You know?
I kid you not, bro. Like that. If I were single, right, and I wanted to get laid tonight, after watching the LFA show, of course, because I got to support my boy, I would go to a karaoke bar and I would just start singing, and I can guarantee you, I'm gonna get a couple of numbers, and I can get somebody to take home if I really wanted to. But I won't, because I don't have the inkling or the desire to do that either. You know, now I just do it as fun, and I always did it as fun. But when you're having fun, you know, you attract others around you. You know, you're not that sad guy like at the end of the bar by himself that doesn't talk to anybody, that wasn't doing retention, and that, you know, it's socially awkward and doesn't know how to talk to people.
Yeah, 100%. But the only thing that I will say is, like, for the people that are really deep into the semen retention thing, they're too hard on themselves when they quote unquote relapse or, you know, whatever. I think it's kind of like dieting. Like, I'm very strict with my diet, but I have one day a week where I'm eating cheeseburgers or fried chicken or French fries, and I just don't fucking care. I don't even like it. I could give a shit less what I'm eating on that day. I'm just, maybe I'm going out to eat, going out on dates, drinking beer. It doesn't matter. But then Monday through Friday, or actually now Sunday through Thursday, pretty much, I'm, you know, on a strict diet, right? So I think it's the same thing. If you're somebody that's engaging in like the nofap and semen retention, fucking reward yourself. It's not going to be any different if you go like a 14-day streak and a 30-day streak is no different. It's the same thing. You know, you're resetting your brain. You're allowing yourself to, you know, reach your peak levels, and it's a lifestyle change, just like the diet. You know, if you're on the diet 6 days a week and then you cheat 1 day a week or 5 days and 2 days or whatever, it's a lifestyle change. You're not stopping at McDonald's every day on your lunch break. You know, you've made the lifestyle change. That's the big thing. But
what are your
but there is and I do understand why they punish themselves so much when they relapse, because when you have that really high feeling, like your serotonin sky high to a point where it's like, Prawn was on here the other day saying like a cool breeze hits you and it feels better than an orgasm, because you just have this feeling going on inside of you. And yeah, you do lose that when you relapse. Like you instantly feel like, holy shit, my energy is low as fuck right now. What the fuck? You know, I haven't experienced this since the last time I did this. And yeah, that is a thing. But after less than 24 hours, you're right back up to peak levels. So as long as you make that lifestyle change, you're good to go.
Yeah, and I think it kind of what you said, like just now, how people are too hard on themselves. It's like they think, oh, let's say, like, you know, they have a month streak, 2 weeks, 2 months, whatever it is, right? And then they relapse. They think like, oh shit, like I've got to start back on square one. It's like, no, like, dude, you used to fucking jerk off every day. You used to fucking, you know, like put aside your responsibilities to you know, dump your serotonin out. It's like, dude, do you have any idea how much freaking progress you made? Before you couldn't go 2 days, 2 hours without this shit. You went 2 weeks.
And you know what the credit. Yeah, the biggest thing is knowing now that you can do it. Like you've proved to yourself that you're capable of it. That's the biggest thing. Sir.
Yeah, and I think that's where the discipline comes into play as well. You know, it's I think letting it go once in a while, like once a month or something, I don't think it's a bad thing either, because I think there's too much of a good thing as well. Just to like defend the non-retainers, right? If you hold it in constantly all the time and you never let it go, you know, you have it's like a poison buildup in your body. You know, like you're more liable to make a mistake. You know, it's almost like being drunk 24/7. It feels
like
good.
pressure building up in a machine. You know, it's like you're operating like at a high level, but that pressure's building up. You don't like vent it, let that steam off. It's gonna blow.
Yeah, you're gonna explode, and then you're gonna like end up like hooking up with a dinosaur. You know what I mean? So someone that's not very palatable to you.
Well,
yeah. Or
that's
you'll
actually-
end up getting pissed off and like you'll just fucking like strike someone out of nowhere, right?
Well, that's like that's a trick that a lot of quarterbacks use in football, to where some guys they come out and they want it to be perfect. So it's like they're 10 for 10 on their passes, right? But the great quarterbacks, you'll notice they take risks where it's like they've completed a couple passes and it's like, I'm going to throw it to the best receiver and I don't care if it gets intercepted. I'm just going to throw it up in the air and see if he can pull it down. Because even if it gets intercepted, it's like I've gotten that out of my system and I'm no longer worried about being perfect. Now I'm just going to take risks all game long. You know what I mean? It's like, but the semen retention guys that are too heavy into it, they think I have to keep this streak because I'm on this perfect streak. Yeah. And, you know, I can't do anything to ruin it. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's
well, letting it go once in a while is okay, man. Especially if you have like a lot of stress in your life and, you know, you're pent up a little too tight. Letting it go once in a while is not a bad thing, especially if you've been retaining for like a long period of time. You know, and just again, like I said, you know, it kind of inebriates you in a way as well. Like you don't want to end up hooking up with a dinosaur because, you know, you've been retaining for like a year and all of a sudden, you know, you pick the worst person that you normally on a regular day wouldn't be attracted to, but suddenly, you know, your dick twitched in your pants and, you know, you were down to just do it all of a sudden. Letting it go, I would say at least once or twice a month. I don't think it's a bad thing.
Yeah, I don't either. We've got Dylan and Riggs on the panel now, and you guys haven't had the chance to speak up yet. Riggs, what's going on, man?
How's it going, bro? I'm just chilling. Tomorrow's Friday. Good. It's all good.
All right.
Yeah, everything's
good deal.
Good.
Nothing else going on.
Yeah, chilling.
All right, Dylan.
Subscribe to the channel.
Facts.
Oh, there you go. You just wanted to get that in there.
Yeah. Good job.
That was a pretty good impression.
Thank you, Dylan.
LFA, how many people you think are out there imitating you right now, like doing a parody of you of some sort? Somebody's practicing their best. See ya.
Yeah.
See ya.
That's about it for tonight, guys. Until next time, see you.
I think I got it, LFA. You ready? Check this out. Okay. Well, that's enough for this video, guys. I hope this video was somewhat informative.
Yeah.
I'll see you next. No, what was it? Until next time, see ya.
Yeah, you know the weird thing, what's actually going on there is like it's like, well, I've been talking for about 20 minutes or so, and it's like, you know what, I actually don't really want to talk anymore. So it's like when you're talking to somebody on the phone and you're like, yeah, well, you know, well, I don't want to ramble on anymore and waste your day. So, you know, yeah, I hope I got my point across. So yeah, maybe I'll see you later. All right.
I do that on my videos also. When
Betas jerk off, alphas get
shit.
their dick sucked.
I 100% do the same thing. I'll always say, "Well, guys, I've rambled on long enough," and then that's when I know I'm cooling down the video and I'm about to like stop altogether. That's usually the cut off for me.
So y'all never beat your meat, or what's the word? I know San Jose State. God, I think you said you were retaining right now, right?
Yeah. I mean, no, I don't. I never said I never do that though.
No, I know, but you go against it. I don't know. I'm in the camp where it's like I've never done it so much where I deem it detrimental, right? Like where I'm like, I better like if I do that, or you know, like but I get it. Like there's probably some people out there like it's a problem, but to me, that's the main focus of it. Is like if it's that bad and you're not actually pursuing or going after women or pursuing goals outside of just beating your meat, then yeah, by all means, it's probably something that you should push on. You know what I mean? Like get that shit in order. But that's just my train of thoughts on it. There'll be some days I'll just wake up horny, I'll just beat one out and then go to work, right? Do I perform less or I don't know, but still do what I got to do, still keep it pushing. So I think there's merits to both sides. I think what Sterling said, like there's too much of a good thing, right? Happy mediums.
Yeah.
Wait, Riggs, how old are you? If
Speaking
you don't mind me
of-
asking.
36.
Okay. Damn. So wait, you could let one out and then go to work and still have energy? Yeah, that's incredible.
Speaking of San Jose State, I just had my commencement ceremony 2 days ago. Like I walked the stage, had my name. Like when I was crossing the stage, I just went like, and yeah, got my shit. Fucking did it, and I had a little hop to my step.
Wait, what did you do? I'm sorry.
I just kind of like hit my chest twice and then like pointed up to the sky. You know, I don't know. I just felt like doing that.
Okay. I thought you won like some sort of award or something, or.
Oh no! I mean, well, I got my degree, so yeah.
Oh, congrats, man! Congrats.
Thanks, thank you, man. Thank you.
That's a big deal, man. Believe it or not, man. You'd be surprised. Most people can't, even some going through high school, much less have a degree of some sort.
Yeah,
it takes a lot.
I've noticed.
Yeah, no, it takes a lot for man or woman alike to, go through the trials and tribulations, through the crucible of school. And then come out of that owing some money. Then you end up getting a job, and then you're paying school loans for like the next 10 years or more, depending on whatever the case.
A mess, yeah. I have a bachelor's in 2 subjects. I have it in English and Spanish literature, so I got 2 bachelors.
Oh, nice. That's what's up. Wait, are you a liberal arts major?
No. English and Spanish literature.
Oh, okay. Literature. Oh,
what are you gonna do for work? I don't know.
Well, I've
like
already
those
been
two
hired on.
things
I've been hired on as a paraeducator at a high school in my city. So I'm going to do that. I have like a 10-month contract. I'm going to do that for a little while.
Okay.
And then eventually I want to get into sales of some sort. I know some people who are in the business, so I'm going to, network with them a bit. Maybe make new connections while I'm in school, right? I mean, there might be like maybe some of the parents,
Wait, what's a paraeducator?
They're basically a teacher assistant.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I mean, mainly for writing. For like English writing, because I'm a good writer,
Do you get to be a teacher though? I would assume, right? Like you could be an English teacher.
Yes,
right?
I can, but I didn't apply for it because if I were to be a teacher, like it would be a longer contract that I have to sign. I'd have to sign like a 3-year or a 4-year contract, and I don't want to stay in California for that long. Fuck no, I'm trying to get out of here, man. I'm not exactly.
Cali, you're gonna get taxed heavy out there.
Yeah, Cali's fucking. I'm in California too, bro. Taxes are brutal. Get straight steamrolled every paycheck.
Yep.
I'm like, what? Like that much? Where is it going?
Yeah, you can't look at it. It gets depressing when you look at it.
That's why I stopped. I'm just like, let me see how much I got paid and just call it good. Be like, okay, that's good.
Man, listen, just open like a high yield like savings, like start throwing money in there. You know what I mean? Like let it build up with interest little by little. And ignore looking at your paycheck, separate what you need for the basics. Make sure you're not in any like really bad debt. And if you are in debt, snowball effect that shit to hell, like the Dave Ramsey way. And
that's the thing about debt, man. It's I'm fortunate.
Texas. I've been thinking about it. Hey, I own a couple of freedom pieces, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I'm definitely a big 2A guy. So
yeah, but there's no state tax in Texas.
It's true, but there's I mean, I think property tax might be higher in Texas, but I mean that's
maybe
still cheaper than California.
Yeah, it still is cheaper. It still is, and you have I think do you have like 92 or 93 octane gasoline? Is that what you guys have?
I live in Oklahoma, but
that's right. You're in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Would you recommend Oklahoma?
Yeah, it's pretty cheap here. It's probably one of the cheaper states. It's probably in the. I mean, I don't know where it ranks. It's probably like top 15 cheapest states.
Right. Because Texas is getting purple. Texas is getting very purple.
Because everyone from California is going over there, dog. So hopefully I'll just sit tight and wait for the change. Let them all go to Texas and Idaho, wherever the hell they're
wait
going.
for all the corn huskers, all the farmers that start having kids and grandkids and everything, and let them rebuild.
Yeah, because San Jose. Yeah, like I live more in like the area I'm in California is like agriculture dominated, so it's pretty much like way more right wing, like in the Central Valley compared to like up north.
Okay. Are you by like Fresno, Merced type of area?
Yeah,
Turlock?
like 30 minutes outside of Fresno.
Turlock, kind of.
A little more south.
Oh, okay. So 30 minutes from Fresno. Okay, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely more red out there.
Yeah, way more red out here. At least as California is concerned. You're not going to see that till you go like way up north.
No,
I'm thinking of Florida or PA, honestly, because I'm in New York and taxes up here are pretty high as well.
Oh, they're probably even worse than here, honestly.
No, I guarantee you they probably are. No, New York straight up abuses you, man. It
Are you in
takes
the
everything
city?
you have. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I'm not in the city specifically. I'm in one of the 5 boroughs, but not in the city's considered Manhattan. So I don't live in Manhattan. But it doesn't matter which borough you're in. I think the Bronx is probably the cheapest borough. And even they're going up pretty high in prices as well. You know, like
Which
you were
borough
able
are
to
you
get.
in?
I'm
If
sorry.
you feel comfortable. Which
I'm
borough
in
are you
Queens.
in?
I'm in
You're in
Queens.
Queens. Okay.
Yeah, the I used to live in the Bronx, and you were able to get like a studio apartment there for like $500 back in the day.
Oh,
Now you're
yeah.
easily paying just in the Bronx, and the Bronx is a piece of shit. And
Okay.
now there you're easily paying like 1,200-1,300 for a studio, or just a room, just to like rent a room from somebody. You know, it gets pretty bad. In Queens, forget it. This is like extremely expensive, man. Like it's so ridiculous. That's why I want to get out of here. I don't want to do it. I work remotely too. I don't have to stay here. I can go anywhere. But it's the problem is that most of the liberal states, they tend to be the most expensive ones, I've noticed.
Yeah, and they're fucking shitholes, dude. They have like soft on crime DAs. We have like, people who are so open-minded that their brain falls out of their head. You know what I mean? And I mean, people are just kind of like, oh, this is what love looks like. Just trash your city. You let the citizens get murdered. Fucking sanctuary city, whatever. Like, I mean, I don't want to get too much into politics because I mean, I know that's not a.
No, it's all good. I get it, especially the soft on crime thing, man. Because growing up in like shitty neighborhoods, you really kind of see how bad it is.
Yeah,
the media will always try to like spin a different narrative and tell us,
Yeah.
oh no, it's okay. They just want to feed their families. Yeah, with the iPads that they stole.
Yeah, I know, right? In the early 90s and 2000s, my family, we lived in the hood. We lived in Lakeview, Sunnyvale. It was, that was, and in the 90s, early 2000s, that was not a good area. Right off the 101, I lived right next door to a trap house, Viet trap house. A bunch of Viet homies lived there. And then across the street, there was some fool who ran a shop, and he would like boost cars, right? And he would leave them all around the neighborhood, like on the street, like where you could park, and like there was no fucking parking. It was so difficult having guests over. And then I think what was it, like a few years later, like cops ended up showing up and they arrested him. They impounded like all these vehicles. It was a mess, man. So it was it was not a good area. But now where we're at now, I'm not gonna say exactly where I am, but we're comfortable. We're in a good area.
Yeah, you want to be in a nice neighborhood. You don't want to be in a shithole that nobody cares about. Those neighborhoods don't get any support. The infrastructure is really bad. The roads tend to be like torn up. They don't invest any money in those cities because no one's putting money into them to begin with. So like a lot of investors don't want to eat the cost of like living in a neighborhood where or rather opening shop where they're going to potentially get robbed like every other day. They don't want to eat the cost of that. So a lot of them end up leaving.
Yeah,
you should leave San Jose and go to Richmond, bro. That place is beautiful.
Yeah, go to Richmond, Antioch. Let's go to East Oakland. Let's chill with the homies. Fucking gosh, run with the homies once more. Oh, fuck that shit. Oh gosh.
Well, I'm
trying to live in the
bro.
suburbs. I'm trying to live in white heaven, dude. I'm trying to live in white heaven.
I'm curious. You don't have to answer. Like, I'm not trying to throw shade or nothing. I'm just asking generally from a person that didn't like go to college. What are you looking at like debt wise? If you don't want to share, I ain't pressing. You know what I mean? But I'm generally curious.
It's fine. I had grants and some aid come my way, and also like my parents kind of footed some of the costs, so I have zero debt. I have zero.
Oh, coming out of winter then by going,
Yeah.
Then
I'm
over to you, bro.
My number one rule is like I have a credit card, I have my debit card, I have multiple avenues of spending my money. I never, ever, ever spend money I don't have. There's I mean even with my credit card, like I think there was only 1 or 2 months out of the 5 years I've had my credit card now that I've maxed out. And that was for like when I was traveling and doing whatever kind of dumb shit, right?
But you're smart. You have the money. Plus, it builds your credit. Like, there's benefits to credit cards, right?
Yeah.
Like, most of my credit initially, I built this off credit card alone. Like, buying my gas or all my shit I needed for work already, tools, whatever. You're gonna need it. But yeah, you just can't operate in the red. You can't operate in the red and be like, yeah, no, like I'm doing good. But it's like, okay, like you're living off your credit card, but you ain't got shit in the bank, dog. Like, I don't think that's doing good. You're getting by. You're not homeless by that account. Yeah, you're doing great, but
my credit score is in the high 700s. So
that's good.
Yeah,
I always say don't spend what you don't have, but also use your card as often as possible and pay it off right away. because you do need to build off credit, especially if you get to a point where you're going to move, and most landlords won't look at you as a human being. They're going to look at your credit score. You're just a number to them. And if your credit score doesn't pass a certain threshold, you're automatically going to get rejected for everything. And then, that's when you end up living in like a crappy neighborhood because, you ended up not having good credit.
Yeah, my neighbor, one of them that I've done work for in the past. I mean, he runs he has a couple rental units in the East Bay, and yeah, it's like he said, he looks like everyone's just a number to him. Like he looks at the credit score, like he's told me. And I mean, I understand because that's like, dude, that's a fucking business. They've got like, it's expensive to maintain those bitches. Like it's expensive, to have the tile laid down, to have all the utilities covered, to entice people to want to rent there in the first place. So they need steady people. Like they're not, and there's like they have like the whole like renters application, all that stuff. So yeah.
LFA, what's going on? You're a little quiet. More retention topics. Hey, actually, can I ask a question? I want to rewind back a little bit to the initial topic of the video where we were talking about open relationships. What's everybody's stance here on open relationships? Since we got more people in here now, before it was just LFA. LFA, we can't hear you.
Your audio's out.
Check the mute button. You might have pressed
the mute button. Yeah.
I just think it's a stupid idea. I think in order to have a healthy relationship, you have to make the commitment to one another to sacrifice your sex life in terms of there's exclusivity. Yes.
There you go.
Jeez. That. But anytime you break free of that, the relationship is doomed to fail. So if I'm in a relationship and I allow myself to go to lunch with a girl that I work with, I have to be fully aware that going to lunch with this girl one time is something that opens up a door for me to say, okay, well, we went once, I can go twice. And then we go twice. And then I can say, well, it's completely innocent. We can go out and grab a drink on Thursday night after work. And then we go out and we grab a drink. And it's like, well, now I kind of like this girl. I'm kind of into this girl. I'm attracted to this girl. You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to hook up with this girl. And then next thing I know, I want to leave my girlfriend for this girl. And for women, it's the exact same way. Yep. If they're going to have a work boyfriend that they're talking to and use them as an emotional tampon or whatever, well, guess what? She's opening up a door for her to develop an emotional connection to him and completely forget about me and want to be with him instead. Same thing, if some dude is trying to entice her with money and status or whatever and try to pull her away. And, if she decides, this is harmless, I'll talk to this guy, I'll entertain this guy for a little while. Mm-hmm. And before you know it, the relationship's over with. Now, if you want to go full blown, we're in an open relationship, so now it's ethical for us to do all of this stuff. Well, you still have the same exact dynamics present. It's just now you have no boundaries to prevent them from happening. That's it. And to me, that's the psychological part of it that they don't take into consideration. So people will justify open relationships by saying, well, we are just open to doing this. We're open with our sexuality and we're open with, things like just we're modern people, right? We're modern, sexually liberated people. So we think monogamy is not human nature and everybody has lust. Everybody has a desire to hook up. So we're just going to go all out and hook up with whoever we want to hook up with. Yes. Okay, fine. We all do have that desire. So what you're doing is betraying the commitment that you've made to the person that you're with and justifying it by saying we're in an open relationship. But yeah, like I said, all the same dangers that are out there that can destroy the relationship, they're still there. It's just now you have no boundaries to stop them. That's my that's it. That's my stance on it.
And going off what he said, so I'm pretty much like right on the same page as LFA. When the man or woman pitches an open relationship, that's pretty much indicating that said relationship is over. And like you said, there's no boundaries for that, for, you know, like errors to happen or for that relationship to come crashing down. And when it does come crashing down, you can't point the fingers. Like, you can't point it to her. She can't point at you. It's like, hey, we wanted this, right? The way I would kind of analogy I would give is like, say someone who's like really committed to the gym or like really committed to like a certain type of physical routine, right? At first, you know, they're really into it, you know, they're very like disciplined. They're, you know, going to the gym, eating right and whatnot. And then at some point they're like, okay, you know what? Like, I got my first medal. So, or, you know, I've hit my first PR that I wanted to hit. So, you know what? I'm gonna take it a little easy. Like, maybe I'll only go 3 days a week instead of 5. And, you know, my diet, I'll loosen that up a bit too. And, you know, then that gets like worse and worse and worse over time. And then it becomes 2 days, then becomes 1 day, then it becomes not at all. Then their diet's, you know, non-existent anymore. They're eating, you know, whatever the hell they want, whenever they want, right? And then before you know it, like, they put on 60 pounds or so and they're completely out of shape. That's kind of, I mean, it's not the best analogy, I know, but that's what happens in an open relationship, you know? And we see it, we're seeing it right now with Destiny, for instance. Like, he left the floodgates open for his wife, right?
Yeah.
And you know that the connection can be built from either side, right? But more commonly it happens with women. And, you know, like, women are very much into like their feelings. They're very much into what entices them, what, you know, makes them excited in the moment. And if you're just not doing it anymore, they'll find someone else, you know? And
sorry. We'll go around the panel and let everybody talk. And I'm sure everybody has their opinion on it. But just because you brought Destiny up, he's coping right now kind of hard. And I don't take shots at people when they're down. If I have a friend that's going through a divorce, and I don't know Destiny, but if I have a friend that's going through a divorce, I know how taxing that is on your psyche, how depressing that can be. Dudes off themselves over shit like that. So I don't try to attack people when they're going through something like that, but he is kind of coping when he says, like, he was talking to ABBA and he said, I've basically been he's like, it's not like I can just like stand up for myself and tell her to not go out with this guy, because I've basically been a doormat for the last 7 years. And so he's coping by saying it's an open relationship, but then the truth comes out when she leaves him. I can't stand up and say, I don't want you to go out with other guys. I've been a doormat for the last 7 years. I can't do it now. I can't establish the boundary, the very boundary that would keep this marriage together. I can't establish that boundary because
you threw it out all that time ago.
I've relinquished that right. And that's the thing. Boundaries are not meant to like make life hard. They're not meant to, to like lower your quality of your life. It's just like having a child. The reason why you give them a curfew, or, whatever, we'll just say a curfew, it's because, bad shit happens at night.
After midnight, right?
Nothing good happens. Drug dealers are out, murderers are out, like crime is going on at night, kidnapping happens. You come home before the sun goes down. That's your curfew, right? It's a boundary to keep them safe. Same thing in a relationship. We don't go out to lunch with other people if we want this relationship to work. I mean, that's kind of a strict boundary, but realistically, it's true. If you're a man that has options, if she's a woman, and all women have options. If you're putting yourself in situations where you're spending one-on-one time exclusively with somebody that is not your spouse or your girlfriend, the relationship's in jeopardy. You're just opening the door for that to happen. Yeah. And there's just, you have to establish that boundary. If not, you're fucked. And, we watched the video of the dude that was the cuck. Did you happen to see that, Neo?
Yeah, I was watching it while I was working. I'll touch up on that real quick. I just want to give my perspective on the open relationships. I've always said this, and I'll say this until the day I'm gone. Not relationships. Open relationships are just sanctioned cheating. That's all it is.
Yes.
It's basically giving each other permission to say, hey, we're going to sleep with other people. I want to let you know that I'm going to sleep with someone else. I'm going to do this anyway, whether you want me to or not. But we can still be together. So you have your main, and then you have somebody that you or more than one person that you hook up with. I've never been a fan of that. I've never been a fan of that for the simple fact that when a woman really likes you, she doesn't want to hook up with a bunch of men.
Right.
She finds value in who you are as a person. And, you can have a great sex life. You can have a really strong connection with each other. You don't have to go looking for other people. The whole concept of an open relationship is just somebody that doesn't want an actual long-term connection. They want somebody that they can be with, and it's almost a status symbol. It's stating, hey, look at this really hot guy or hot girl I have. But I still, asterisk, get to do this with said person. Yeah. Open relationships damage that natural connection that you have with someone, because one of the biggest differences between someone that's a friend and someone that's a roommate and someone that you're in a relationship with is that you have sex with someone you're in a relationship with. So if you have an open relationship, there is no difference between you and the next person. If you live together, yes, that might be the case, but you're still ruining the sanctity of that. And to LFA's point about boundaries existing for a reason, I've always likened it to the example of if you're driving on the road, the roads have edges where when you drift too far off that edge, you crash. You go down some ravine somewhere, you can fly into a river or into like a forest or something. So they set physical boundaries so that you don't go past that point. A boundary is a line you don't cross. So the same principle exists with open relationships. If you don't establish those boundaries, and I don't want to like really crap on Destiny, but I will say this. The reason that he was a doormat for his relationship, his own words, by the way, this is not me saying putting words in his mouth, is because he never set any sort of boundaries. And his own wife or former wife also said this at the beginning of the relationship. She said that I don't do regular relationships unless they're open. So I think deep down inside, Destiny probably wanted a closed relationship, but because she wasn't willing to do that, he just settled for an open relationship. And because he has clout, he was also able to do his thing on the side. And I'll finish it with this. One thing for sure is that if a guy and a girl, if any of you that are watching has a partner and you decide that you want to try an open relationship, I guarantee you 100% of the entire time, you're going to get the shitty end of the stick, because there's no amount of women that are going to pursue you the same way men are going to pursue your girlfriend. Your girlfriend can be a 2, and she'll get laid way more than you.
Yeah. So the thing about that is he's not really providing any masculine containment. I'm not a big promoter of shit tests and the concept of shit tests, but when he met her and she let it be known that she wants an open relationship and that's what she's into, that's basically a shit test. In order for him to pass, he can either accept her terms and he fails, and now he's seeing the long-term effects of failing that test, or 2, he can claim it and tame it and establish boundaries and say, this is how it's going to be. And she can either walk or she can stay. But if she's going to stay within those boundaries. And that's, that's kind of the concept, the idea of like masculine frame and all that stuff that you hear the manosphere talk about. A lot of guys push it too far, but that's an aspect that men have to develop. They have to understand. And women feel safe when you behave that way, by the way. No woman wants to be with a dude that's like, oh, yeah, sure, go out to the club with your friends. I don't give a fuck. No, they want to be with a dude that's like not necessarily jealous and not necessarily controlling, but in charge.
Well, yeah, LFA, real quick, too. It's important that you said that, too, because I remember earlier you guys were talking about why women prefer male friends over female friends. I think a good chunk of the reason that happens is one, because men won't give them any real pushback. Their male friends will always just capitulate with everything they say because they want to hook up with them. Their female friends will always give them pushback because there's no filter between them. And on top of that, if women have more male friends, they're going to feel protected. If you go out to like a bar or a club with them and they don't want somebody going up to them, they always have the option of snapping their fingers and they're like, hey, simp number 2 or 3, come take this guy away from me. So there's a protection that they have along with the resources and nourishment that they have, because guys will also pay for them.
I
For
just think
everything
it's
that they do.
options. That's how I look at it. Like,
Yeah,
keeping
yeah, no,
doors
they have
open. That's why you don't get rid of your hose when you get a girl. Like, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
the same concept to me.
Yeah.
To me, I think the boundaries, I get it if you want to push boundaries, but ultimately, like, she's gonna do what she wants to do. You ain't with her 24/7. She could agree and act like she follows your boundaries, but does she? You know, who knows? And if you catch her slipping, you gotta let your balls and dick hang low enough to hit her with the fucking chopping axe when she does. But most motherfuckers aren't, right? They'll say, "Oh, well, you crossed my boundary," and then they want to talk about it for 40 minutes.
but more often than not, if she crosses that boundary, she wants to leave the relationship anyways. Like if it's gotten so far that she's walking out the door and she's looking to hook up with other dudes, that means that she is so unsatisfied in that relationship based on whatever reasons. Maybe she has an insatiable thirst for attention or whatever. And maybe it's not your fault at all. But for some reason, for some reason she's unsatisfied with the relationship. So she's going out of the house and looking for it out there in public. And by the time she meets a guy that she's willing to give it to and receive it from, she's probably already moved on to him anyways.
I think it's a big shit test too at the end of the day, because I'll tell you guys, full disclosure, my last relationship, she actually tried to bring up the talk about open relationships with me. You know what I told her? This was year 1 of us dating. I told her, if you're talking about an open relationship, that means that you're telling me right now that you're no longer interested and you're interested in somebody else and you want to entertain somebody else. So tell me right now, if you want an open relationship, tell me right now, because if you do, I am walking out of this door. That was my boundary, because I know what this it's like a slippery slope.
What it leads to,
yeah, it leads up to that. And I knew, because I've always said this, when someone is no longer interested in you is because they're interested in somebody else. So if the open relationship talk ever happens with anybody's relationship, I would knock that out right away, like super quick. Establish that boundary right off the bat, because if you don't, then they're going to try to test you more and more. They're going to see how far they can go.
Very much so. And that's what you're supposed to do as as any man in their right mind and who has self-respect. That's what they will do anyway. So the fact that you did that, like, you set that straight. And if she didn't want that, if she wasn't cool with that, I said, all right, there's the door. I'll walk out there before you do. And it's kind of like going back to what you said. It's just cheating without consequences. That's literally what it is.
Yeah, sanctioned cheating. That's what I call it.
Cheating.
I mean, what consequences are there though? If you don't live with them or you're not married to them, there's no.
What I'm saying is, like, so if you were to cheat outside of having an open relationship, if you were to cheat just normally in a normal relationship, what's the consequence? The consequence is you're going to break up, or there's going to be some kind of tension. Where,
like you said, if you're already doing that, there's no feeling, so you don't care, right? You just chalk it to the game.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're doing it, you don't care, but the potential for consequences are still there, right? Whereas in an open relationship, there are none. Like, it's like, okay, we've already established that we're going to do this. You're going to see, guys, I'm going to see girls, and, like what LFA said, she's going to get much more attention from the men, and you are not going to get as much from the women, especially if they know that's the kind of arrangement you have, right? And
also,
I think
STDs, man.
STDs. Yeah,
straight up.
absolutely.
That's one of the biggest consequences that many people don't really talk about. LFA said this the first time I spoke with you, LFA. I remember you said specifically that you had a girlfriend, and one of the things that you loved about being with her is that you can kiss her without getting herpes.
Yeah.
And that's a really that's real shit, man.
Yeah,
that's
that is real shit, though.
A lot of people don't take that into account. What if your girlfriend gets pregnant, right? How do you know it's yours? There's no way you can know that.
You get the test, doc.
Yeah, you could get the test, but like it's one of those things that you don't even want to put yourself in. Why would you want to put yourself in that situation to begin with? I've always said this: if you want to hook up with other people, just stay single. It's that simple.
Yeah, exactly. I've said the same thing as well.
Stay single, no harm, no foul.
The pregnancy thing. If you got your girl pregnant right now, you would not second guess whatsoever. You would just be like, "Oh, I know it's mine."
I would second guess it. I would 100%.
I would too.
I would second guess it.
Okay. No, I'm doing a DNA test, like, and I'll swab, the inside of the mouth.
Yeah, I would make sure. And you know what? And if that ends the relationship, then so be it. If they're like, oh well, what do you mean you don't trust me? You think I would do this to you? It's like, no, it's not that I don't think you would do this to me, but I need that reassurance. I need to make sure, because that baby is 100% yours, but I don't know that it's 100% mine. And if you can't give me that peace of mind, then you're hiding something. like plain and simple.
Yeah. Well, I think you typically, I think human beings, we kind of have a little bit of a sixth sense for this anyways, though. If you're in a relationship, you can tell based on the behaviors, if, if your sex life is going the way it's supposed to, you can tell that she is into you and she's not running the streets out there, and if something takes place, like if you, okay, for example, let's say you've been together for 3 years and you've sort of lost interest in her and you're still with her, you love her, you still have a good relationship, but you're bored of fucking her. So you stop fucking her and all of a sudden she's acting different. She's staying at work later than usual, or, and you're starting to see these signs, then yeah, she's probably cheating on you. But in a normal, healthy relationship, women don't just spread their legs for any dude. That's like, it's very uncommon for women just to be running the streets and being whores when they have a boyfriend that they respect and they want to be with and they're satisfied by. Like it, a lot of people get their relationship, what's the word? Like they receive the experiments from like the manosphere, where most of the manosphere uses women that are sex workers. So yeah, sure. If you take a girl that's like an Instagram model or an OnlyFans girl, and every day she's going on podcasts with multimillionaires, yeah, she's hooking up with a bunch of dudes. But
probably hooking up with a millionaire to get on the show.
I mean, it's obvious, like that's how she's like making her living. That's how she's getting by in life. So you can't expect her to change that. And you just have to say, as a man, I'm not going to date a woman that's like that. I'm not going to date a sex worker, right? Because you play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But in a normal, average, everyday life, you've got a girl that you've met at work or in your local community or in your social circle. You kind of know how she is. Yeah, when a woman has a boyfriend, that's the man she wants to fuck. And any guy that's been in a relationship with a woman that was clearly in love with him can attest to this. Women want your attention. They want you, and the only way that you can get them to fuck another dude is by you not giving her attention. And when she feels so neglected and so unwanted, that she's just desperately looking for it outside of the house. And that's another thing, the manosphere, a lot of dudes will tell you like ignoring women is the ultimate way of turning them on, and that it's like, watch what happens when you ignore women. And these dudes are like getting this information from like some TikTok video, some girl that wanted to go viral. It's like, you guys are total fucking idiots. And there's dating coaches that are charging like $1,000 for courses. And it's just like a cookie cutter course. They sell the same course to every person that buys it, even though every relationship is different. Every situation brings a different set of advice that might be necessary. But these guys are basically teaching guys like, neglect women, ignore them, keep them chasing your validation, blah, blah, blah. It's not the way it works.
Yeah. I don't agree with ignoring women. I've always thought that concept was stupid. I can see in practice how there's some benefits to it. Like being a little more elusive, just not having free time all the time, being busy. Because
your attention, right?
Well, yeah, because if you're too needy, it becomes apparent, and that's a turn off whether you're a man or a woman.
Yeah.
But if you have genuine reasons why you're busy and you can't be around them 24/7, then that's fine. That actually makes them want to be around you more, because now they're like, damn, like, all right, he's free this time. Okay, this is the one time I can see him. I want to see him. It's the same principle as like ignoring somebody's text for like 3 or 4 hours. Like why? If you have your phone right in front of you, like I have my phone in front of me right now. If I ignore someone, I'm choosing to ignore them.
Yeah.
Now, if you're working and you're in a job where you can't have your cell phone on you, then that's understandable. But for the most part, we're available a good chunk of the time.
Yeah.
To be ignoring somebody for like 3 or 4 days, that's dumb.
Yeah. I think this concept comes from the area of, and I don't think they realize it comes from this area, but it's being obsessive. A lot of guys are so obsessive that they're mentally unstable. So they like can't go a day without seeing a girl. You know, they always need to know where she's at and what she's doing. They're always sweating, thinking like, oh my God, is she talking to somebody else? And, you know, they're just obsessed, and they turn into like these freaking like psycho, creepy stalker type guys. And that's a lot of dudes. They don't realize they're doing it, but their emotional attachment to the girl just causes them to be that way.
What causes that? Like, I don't like, if I don't hear from my girl, I'm like, shit, I'm good. I ain't hitting you up either. I like my free time. See you when I see you.
Me too. 100%. But I mean, especially with doing what I do here on the internet, you know, we come across a lot of that. So,
okay.
And I've seen it a lot in my personal life too. I mean, I've worked with women that had obsessive stalkerish husbands and boyfriends, and I see the type of problems that these ladies have. And yeah, if you have like, and you're probably not aware if you do have this, you're probably not aware that you're obsessive. You probably just think that's normal to be like stalkerish. And
dysfunctional.
Yeah. So there's a lot of guys that are in like that end of the spectrum. So yeah, you know, if they're like, oh, wait, if I ignore her and stop showing up at her work every day and stuff, that's actually that's going to get me better results. Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's where that comes from. But if you're a normal dude who's cool, calm, and collected, and your girlfriend actually likes to spend time with you, and you're busy, you work a lot, you know, you work out, you go to the gym, you got your job, you got your hobbies, you got your friends, and you just don't have all the free time in the world, but you make time for her. Then you're going to have a good relationship, and you should show her attention, and you shouldn't intentionally ignore her.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. I think the obsessive personality is a learned behavior, to be perfectly honest. It's the concept of saying, oh, you know, you worked really hard to get this, you can't lose it. That doesn't just apply to women, that applies to life in general. So we're taught at a young age to never give up, to be persistent, to shoot for the stars. And a lot of men translate that into their relationships. And what ends up happening is that is how you push your partner away, because what if you're obsessive to the I'm sorry, look, I could be all over the place sometimes when I speak. This is one thing I actually don't like. This is one thing that I dislike highly about the manosphere, is that there's too many contradictions to their talking points. You're going to tell us to ignore them 24/7 on one hand, but then you want to be obsessive with the women that you're with 24/7, and you want to know where you're at, where your woman is at all the time. I'm sorry, you're being a little bit of a hypocrite at that point. You know, so it's do what I say, not what I do. And the courses, this is all just preying on men's scarcity and men's inability to know how to socialize with people properly. And that's why men need to be socialized at a young age. Women are naturally socialized because people always want to come up and talk to them. It's like, oh, you're so pretty, you know, you're so cute. Let's go.
And women know that they're born with inherent value. They know that they are born with inherent value.
Well, no, they don't know that. No, I think that's also false. Women do have inherent value, but I don't think they're born knowing that. I think it's also a learned behavior. You know, think of it like this, right?
Probably taught it like incorrectly, right?
Yeah, of course. You know, the average guy, right, has probably never been hugged or kissed by a girl in his entire life. So when they get that hug and kiss, when they feel that wet vajay for the very first time, they get obsessed because all this dopamine rushes go into their head, and they've never experienced something so euphoric in their entire lives. As towards where women are, I equate it to the Netflix queue. You have so many choices of movies to watch that you never end up picking one. That's what ends up happening with them naturally as time progresses. But they're not born knowing that. They're taught that as time passes, because a woman that's 12, 13 years old, they've been hit on by grown men, unfortunately. And they learned at a really, really young age that, hey, if I look a certain way, I get attention.
Yeah. And not even hit on, but they can tell by the way men look at them.
Yes.
Men in their age group are shy and nervous around them. Men slightly older than them are checking them out. And, you know, let's face it, even if it's non-sexual, like if there's a cute girl in class in high school, she's going to get like good grades on every test. She's going to get like any excuse that she gives the teacher. She's going to, you know, she has pretty girl privilege. And, you know, that's something that does occur. But, you know, I think a woman's value is comparable to, you know, when a parent will tell a kid to not do drugs because doing drugs fucks your brain up. And it's like, you're an intelligent kid. You have all of this good stuff going on. You have all of this value. Going out there and doing ecstasy and doing all these things that's going to ruin your brain and ruin your future. A woman naturally has that value with her virtue, you could say, like purity. And every time she goes out there and makes a whore of herself, she loses some of that value. So a woman can be like a 6 out of 10 in looks. If she is like just an extremely good, faithful girlfriend, she's pure, she has a good heart, her value is high as fuck. It is extremely high. A girl can be a 9 out of 10 in looks, but she's a whore, she's a narcissist, she doesn't really seem to care about anybody else. Her value is very low. She's used for sex only. And women are all, regardless on looks, naturally born with that value of being a wife, being a mother. You know, someday they can evolve into this wholesome, special person to a man, right? Somebody that, what's a word I'm looking for? You know, she's special. She's, I don't know what word I'm looking for, but you know, there's just a certain amount of value there. And the second she starts to go out and sleep around and go out with her girlfriends and getting drunk and partying all the time, the value starts to go away. You know, men no longer see her as a high value woman. It's just the way that is.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't see a lot of women as high value women, and that's not like a knock on them. Honestly, it's everybody has a definition of what they think high value is, and you know, to each their own. It's gonna be tailored to you and like what you perceive as value. I think just existing doesn't give you high value. You know, at the end of the day, like you really have to be about something in your life, and I'm not talking about just being a 21-year-old that's going to be like the perfect breeding stock for somebody. No, I mean like a woman that is about something, someone that can stimulate you with something other than you know their body parts. Mentally being able to stimulate somebody, having your life together, not being a drug addict, you know, having respect for yourself, not succumbing to like everybody that hits on you, things of that nature. Small little things like that, I think give them their value. Being pretty alone is not really valuable. You know, your value has limitations because beauty fades, you know, eventually, no matter how.
Not past first glance.
Yeah, well, it's almost that it's the beer goggles effect, right? Have you ever seen somebody from like a far distance and you think they look pretty attractive, and then the closer and closer they get to you, you start to see that, oh, okay, you know what, you're nowhere near as good looking as I thought you were. That's how I feel most of the time. Like the more I talk to a girl, I'll start to realize, damn, like this girl is like watching paint dry on a wall. Like that's what having a conversation with her is. They end up being dodos, and that's not value to me. Like you got to be about something. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you talk to them. I don't know if I ever pursue women. That's an interesting concept. I don't ever come to them to pursue conversation, I guess. That's an interesting take. I mean, everyone's different, but I don't. If I wanted like a thoughtful, or at least what I deem thoughtful or useful conversation, like I'll just have that with the boys. Like I've never
same.
But I guess there might maybe you're speaking like where there's levels to it, where it's like at least if you're a woman, have at least something more to say than just rely on your looks. So I guess now that I thought about it more that I spoke, that I guess I could probably agree. So that's a fair point.
Well, yeah, I think most like women. I'm sorry, go ahead, bro. I've been talking.
I think most women. No, you're good. You're good. We like hearing you talk. I think most women kind of come to us for like those stimulating conversations, right? Like they expect us to carry the conversation, and rightfully so. Like for us to like show our value or to show like any kind of I guess value over the crowd, like you would have to show that, you know, you're well read, you're well, you know,
if you're sitting at a table at your friend's house, it's you, your girlfriend, and it's 3 women and 3 men. You're all sitting there playing card games and having drinks. The men are the ones that are expected to keep the conversation going and make it interesting and tell the stories. The women are giggling and listening and enjoying themselves, but the men are the intellectual powerhouses of the social construct.
Yeah, but I don't think it doesn't have to be that way. You know, like I've always looked at it like this. If you're talking to someone, having a conversation in its own is worth it if you're getting some kind of value out of it. If women all right, when you talk to a woman in the beginning, you start off with a conversation. You don't just like slap their ass, give them a kiss, and say, "Hey, let's go home and sleep together." You have to talk to them first. You have to initiate a topic that you find worthy enough to decide that this is someone you want to hook up with. Now, granted, the conversation could just be a means to an end, and just because they're hot, you want to sleep with them, so you're going to say whatever they want to hear.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
having a good, if that were the case, then just get a prostitute. You know, because if all their value to you is only their looks and their vaginas, then there's no point in actually ever pursuing anyone for anything long term. You know, if you have a girlfriend, you mean to tell me that you never have any interesting conversations with her? You just take her out of the closet like a blow up doll, hook up with her, and throw her back in the closet? No, you actually talk to each other. You can watch a movie with each other and, you know, compare notes. You know, get their perspective on what they thought about something. One thing I like about my girlfriend is that she's actually super smart. She's a very intelligent woman, and I'm able to have good back and forths with her, you know, and that stimulates me because, come on now, when you're into your old age, right? When you're like in your 60s, 70s, 80s, you're not going to be having much sex. Let's face it, unless you're on like Taldenafil or Cialis, you know, you're not going to really be having much sex. So they're going to have a value outside of their vagina in order for you to be able to like be around them. You know, that's just the way I look at that.
I think that's fair. I don't know. Like sometimes I like conversation with my girl too, and then sometimes like I'm just like, okay, I'll just go along with the shit because I know like she values it, and then in my own head, like I'm somewhere else, like thinking about other shit. I just give the minimum because I'm like, ultimately, I don't give a fuck about what you're saying. Again, like not all the time, but 90% of the time, I'm like, I already got other shit I'm thinking about in my head. I'll entertain you, but
well, yeah, like look at it like this, right? If it's something really deep and meaningful, you might want to reserve that for your boys. You know, the talks that really mean something, like the conversation we're all having right now. This isn't really a conversation you're going to have with the average girl. You know, you're not going to be talking about manosphere, pickup lines, or, you know, game or any of this stuff. You're not going to have these conversations with an average woman. You know,
I would hope not.
No, of course not. You talk to your boys about this stuff, and, you know, but you can get some value from the opposite sex. You know, we're a package deal. Men and women need each other. You know, our body parts fit into each other. You know what I mean? Like our stimulation and the reason that we get up and do a lot of what we do is because of the opposite sex. When you work out, yeah, you want to be healthy, but you also want to look good naked. You also want your dick to get hard when you do hook up with somebody. So there's value outside of just, I don't know. That's just how I look.
No, I agree. I'm not saying it's like there's nothing. I don't know. There is value. Not, you know, I don't know. I don't like, it's like, okay, laundry, like I'll do it faster, more efficient. Doing the dishes, I'll do it faster, more efficient. It's nice that she does it. Cooking, probably cook better too. But I mean, I don't know. There's values to it. Like my girl does nice things for me. I'm not like, oh, you're just a fucking sex doll. Get back in the closet. You know what I mean? But I guess it's everyone just approaches it at varying degrees on what they value from their significant other. But all fair points, bro. I'm not hating it at all. All fair points.
To agree with Adriana Flowers, I that last comment, LFA, can you pull up Adriana Flowers' last comment? I actually completely agree with that. So honestly, some men overestimate how intelligent their conversations are. I find the majority of people are not as deep as they think, including men. That's actually very true. I will agree with you on that. A lot of people don't really have insightful things to say most of the time. They NPC their way through life pretty much. But that's why I think you need to have
the flow.
Yeah, exactly. Like you need to be read in something. You need to have desires and wills to do things. You know, you can't just your whole life can't be about having sex and hooking up with people. You got to have substance to your life. If LFA didn't have any substance, he wouldn't be able to put together a channel where he built a community where all these men can get together, men and women can get together and talk to each other. If all he was just a Chad, then you know, this wouldn't be happening right now. We would never meet each other. We would never be talking to each other. None of this would happen.
We wouldn't have these lives, you know. And and he would just be living like for himself. I think, and anyone's like that, right? You know, if you don't like create these greater things, these greater purposes, then you're just living for yourself as opposed to living for yourself, but also expanding that purpose, that drive to others, right? Like ideally as a man, as a leader, you have to do that as a leader, right? So I mean that's what sets apart people.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I gotta head out of here.
Okay. I got to end this one.
All good.
So,
It was a
yep.
good live as always, you know.
Hey, before I go, I just want to say shout out to the chat, shout out to LFA and everybody in here. I'm gonna do my best LFA impression before I leave. Okay, you guys ready for this?
Let's go.
I hope this video was somewhat informative. Until next time, see ya.
Peace out. All right. Okay. All right, guys. Now it's my turn. You know, I tried to make this a good show tonight. Hopefully it was good. We had some good videos to react to, some good conversations. But all good things must come to an end. Anyways, thank you guys for coming out. Thank you to the super chats, which include Benjamin Fandetti, PJ KC2, Kraken Lacken, and Stephen Gilbert. Anyways, guys, I hope this video was somewhat informative. But that's about it for tonight, guys. Until next time. See ya.